Exchange a business card, pitch your business, sell dreams. Okay, now I'll ask you to come back. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first ever National Conservation Agriculture Symposium. A hand clap for that, please. If you're like me and have been blown away by this beautiful campus, there are people to talk to. They are in blue shirts written on RICA. If you want to book a room for the evening, the night, stay here, please, those are the people to talk to. I am definitely going to be one of those people. There are washrooms to my right. The ladies first, to the right. So if you need the washrooms, and the gents right next to the interpretation booth. Talking about interpretation, there are devices. For those who don't understand both Kinyarwanda and English, there are devices that are being passed around by the amazing protocol team in blue shirts. We are going to have some sessions in Kinyarwanda, so for our visitors and people who don't understand Kinyarwanda, please, channel 1 is for English services, and then channel 2 is for Kinyarwanda services for those who prefer Kinyarwanda. So those devices will be shared with you. Before we begin this day, I want us to thank our sponsors, the people who have made this possible. Let's give a hand clap to Mennonite Central Committee for making this possible. A hand clap to the World Food Program. The Ministry of Agriculture. And our hosts, RICA. What are we trying to take away from here? Now, I promise by the end of this day, there are some cash prizes that will be given to a few people that will take the best notes or will have the best learnings from this. Don't worry about that. You know, everything is on the house. Food, lunch, just send me the bill. And in the evening, we'll be able to give a cash prize to the most attentive individuals here today. Who is giving that cash prize? We'll communicate that a little later. Without any further ado, allow me to introduce the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ronald Rosati from RICA, to give us his welcoming remarks.
Good morning. Honorable Dr. Olivier Kamana, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Mr. Andrea Magnoli, World Food Program Representative and Country Director, Mr. Mulanda Jimmy Juma, Representative of the Rwanda-Burundi Mennonite Central Committee, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Rwanda Institute for Conservation Agriculture. We are truly honored to host this National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture and to bring together such an exceptional group of experts, practitioners, policymakers, and students. Your presence here today underscores the importance of our shared mission to advance sustainable agricultural practices in Rwanda and beyond. Conservation agriculture is more than a farming technique. Instead, it is a transformative approach essential to addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Fragile soils, climate change, soil erosion, and land intensification continue to threaten food security and rural livelihoods. As we strive to enhance food security and improve farm profitability, promoting sustainable land management practices becomes not just an option, but a necessity. At RICA, we are deeply committed to supporting and advancing conservation agriculture. We believe this approach represents a future of agriculture, enabling us to enhance productivity while preserving our precious natural resources. Through collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing, we can pave the way towards a resilient and sustainable agricultural future. I wish to also express my sincere gratitude to all of our sponsors, organizers, and participants who have contributed to making this symposium a reality. I especially want to recognize our valued committee, the Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, the Mennonite Central Committee, the Rwandan Agricultural and Animal Resources Development Board, and the World Food Program. Your dedication, vision, and steadfast support are vital to promoting conservation agriculture and ensuring lasting food security across Rwanda and beyond. Please enjoy your time here on campus. If there's anything we can do to enhance your experience or make your participation more productive, please do not hesitate to let us know. We eagerly anticipate the enlightening presentations and discussions that will follow. By working together, we can expand the reach of conservation agriculture and build a brighter, more sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you, and once again, welcome to RICA.
Thank you, Dr. Rosati. Our next speaker has traveled a few miles from Burundi to join us. And without any further ado, allow me to introduce Mr. Mulanda Jimmy Juma, the representative for Rwanda, Burundi, to give us his welcoming remarks.
Greetings to you all and warm welcome. I want to begin by saying thank you to the organizers of this event. Minagri and the government of Rwanda. We want to express our deeper thank you for being part of this journey and providing leadership to this transformative journey we are part of. I want also to thank RICA for all the hard work that went into organizing this first National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture. I want to express our thank you to the World Food Program for the partnership that we value so much on this transformative journey. And I want to thank all the participants who came, accepted the call to be part of this transformative journey. Dr. Olivier Karangwa, Permanent Secretary of Minagri. We started this journey together with the ministry. And this is the D-Day. We all rejoice. We want to take this opportunity to say how our hearts are so greeted with great joy to see that we have all accepted the call to be part of this transformative journey. And this journey is an outcome-based one, giving us an opportunity to come up with innovative ideas and practical solutions to improve food security in this country and around our continent. An opportunity to improve the income of the farmers and to contribute to the economic growth of this nation and our people through and by sustainable means. It is an opportunity for us to think about strategic ways of equipping farmers with knowledge and resources that will enable them to meet those goals. I'm always inspired by the words of an American author, poet, Maya Angelou, who once said, "Pursue the things that you love. And do the things so well that no one will take their eyes off you." It is a joy for me to see that we are gathered here in the first National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture with the people who are pursuing the things that they love: agriculture, sustainability, food security, economic growth. And I hope every one of us here is very happy to be part of this gathering today. Can you say and agree with me? I can see people nodding. We are faced with so many challenges, including climate change and its effects. We don't have much to talk about that. But it is a call for us to actually dig deep into our indigenous African knowledge, to respond and find solutions and adaptation means to those challenges. And our African knowledge says, if you want to go fast, just go alone. But if you want to go far, go with others. This is a place, this is an opportunity where we have to go together so that we can go far and meet the target of the National Strategic Plan on Agricultural Transformation. We will call it PSTA 5. And I believe that we will take and grasp this opportunity to be able to work together in a sustainable way as we move forward. I thank you.
Very passionate remarks there from Mr. Mulanda Jimmy. Thank you very much. Without any further ado, I want to introduce our next speaker to also give his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Andrew Bagnoli, the World Food Program Representative and Country Director.
Dear guest of honor, P.S. Olivier, dear DG Patrick, DG Florence, Director OMCC Jimmy Juma, dear esteemed Vice Chancellor Rosati, colleagues from RICA, ladies and gentlemen, Faramutse, thank you for hosting in this beautiful campus. WFP is honored to be working together with Minagri, RICA, and MCC to support Rwanda's first National Conservation Agriculture Symposium. This gathering marks an important step in our collective commitment to scaling up climate resilience agriculture in Rwanda. As outlined in the Rwanda Strategic Plan for Agriculture, PSTA 5, conservation agriculture is a key pillar of climate adaptation. It's not only, it's the foundation to build resilience, inclusive and sustainable food security. At WFP, we are convinced that conservation agriculture is not just an agriculture technique. It's a game changer that ensures food security, resilience, and sustainable livelihoods. From our work, we have seen that conservation agriculture transforms lives and landscape. And productivity. Our farmers tell us that when they apply conservation agriculture technique, they have a better result, up to 28% in terms of maize, for example. All these, of course, build the climate resilience. Farmers are told that conservation agriculture helps to handle problems with too much rainfalls or when they have dry spells. It reduces soil erosion. It makes better use of water and resources. These benefits are not optional. They are essential. And importantly, conservation agriculture empowers women. It reduces labor demand. It has made it easier for women to adapt to better practices. In fact, 55% of women farmers in our program have said that they work less thanks to the conservation agriculture practices. We have achieved this progress by working through Rwanda's own extension system, training government facilitator, agronomists, and cooperative leaders to scale conservation agriculture across communities. And we are proud to co-chair the Regenerative Conservation Agriculture Coalition that now counts up to 26 members in just 1 year. It's a sign of the momentum and the shared commitment on this agenda. Let's be clear, agriculture can be done by everybody, but conservation agriculture cannot be done without all of you, starting for farmer, researcher, extensionist. So it's a joint and shared responsibility. And we are all committed to bring to this transformation in Rwanda. WFP commits to work hands in hand with all of you to achieve the goal under the PSTF5, a building a more climate resilient, a prosperous Rwanda today and for the future. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bagnoli. Now, without any further ado, allow me to invite our next speaker to give us the keynote speech, representing the Ministry of Agriculture. Let's put our hands together for Honorable Dr. Olivier Kamana, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture.
Dear Andrea Bagnoli, Country Director, World Food Program, dear Dr. Ron Rosati, Vice Chancellor, RICA, representative from Mennonite Central Committee, representatives of various NGOs present here, government institutions officials present, colleagues from Minagri and RAP, Dr. Patrick Karangwa. Actually, Karangwa is Patrick, and Kamana is contrary to what has been said. Deputy Vice Chancellors and other senior leaders of RICA, academicians, researchers, dear farmers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ngaramutseho. It's my pleasure and distinct honor to attend the first National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture on behalf of Honorable Minister of Agriculture and More Resources, who could not attend due to concurrent commitments. Rwanda's agriculture sector remains the bedrock of the economy and is pivotal for inclusive wealth creation, food security, and social transformation as the country strives to become a knowledge-based, high-income economy by 2050. However, the sector faces significant challenges, including the impacts of climate change and global shocks that have disrupted food prices and availability in recent years. This symposium is timely as we recently launched the 5th edition of the Strategic Plan for Agricultural Transformation, commonly known as PSTF5. anchored on the National Strategy for Transformation, NST2, which aims to increase agriculture productivity by 50% and achieve a sustained growth of at least 6% annual growth of the agriculture sector. So PSCA 5 has an overarching goal of building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. We cannot deliver on NST2 and PSCA 5 goals without increasing adoption of conservation agriculture. Under PSCA 5, Rwanda aims to increase area under conservation agriculture and meet higher targets with the ultimate goal to reach 100,000 hectares at the end of NST2, which will be in 2029. The required resources for implementation of the conservation agriculture goals have been costed at 2.4 billion Rwandan francs. Implementation of PSCA 5 goal of conservation agriculture cannot be thought of solely as a burden of the government. Stakeholders' engagement is of paramount importance in a bid to deliver and even exceed PSCA 5 goals. It's in this regard that the first National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture was organized through a close collaboration between MCC, RICA, WFP, and Minagri. The National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture objective is twofold. First of all, the symposium aims to serve as a platform for fostering large-scale collaboration and partnerships to accelerate the national adoption of conservation agriculture and contribute to improved soil health and the development of resilient, climate-smart, and sustainable food systems. In addition, this platform aims to provide an opportunity for adoption of harmonized conservation agriculture principles and practices that are fully informed by scientific evidence. There are various stakeholders engaged in practices that aim to promote conservation agriculture, yet differ markedly between stakeholders and risk confusing farmers and slackening delivery on NST2 and PSCA 5 goals. It is my expectation that this very first National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture will constitute an impetus to expedite delivery on our strategic goals of building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. Deliverables of this symposium could include, among others, establishment of a permanent platform or forum for promotion of conservation agriculture in Rwanda, engaging all the key stakeholders, including the government, academia, and research institutions, international institutions, and local and international non-governmental organizations. We can't also forget our farmers in their different organizations, and any other important stakeholder that may be identified through the current symposium deliberations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I wind up my remarks, I would like to reiterate the importance of conservation agriculture for building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. Rwanda's predominantly hilly landscape nature render our farming systems much vulnerable to soil erosion, leading to degradation of our soil's health. Furthermore, the increasingly erratic rainfall threatens food security, yet conservation agriculture offers mitigation measures that are relatively more affordable by farmers in comparison with the much more capital-intensive interventions. These challenges call for urgent and concerted efforts to scale the adoption of conservation agriculture for sustainable agricultural development. The Ministry of Agriculture and More Resources calls upon all stakeholders present in this symposium to join efforts with the government of Rwanda in these regards. Wishing you fruitful deliberations, I'm pleased to declare on behalf of Honorable Minister of Agriculture and More Resources, Dr. Mark Cyubahiro Bagabe, that Rwanda's first National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture is officially opened. Murakoze.
Another hand clap to our keynote speaker, please. Thank you very much, PS. In his remarks, the PS said scientific best evidence. So, men lie, Women lie, but the numbers don't lie. The science never lies. So our next presentation is going to be on the science, on the evidence. Without any further ado, allow me to introduce Dr. Ndambe Zaramba Magnifique, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Extension and Applied Research at RICA. Excuse me, guys. I think that buys him some time. Who is going to give us a presentation on what does the evidence say? Vision and shared understanding of conservation agriculture. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Ndambe.
The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, the country representative of FAO, the distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Now, I'm going to talk about the science, but I'll try and make it as basic as we can so that we can all understand. And what I'm going to talk about is the same presentation that I give farmers. So I believe we should all be able to understand. And I think it's good that we all speak the same language as a farmer. I think that's the mistake some of us, the scientists, make, is we speak the scientific language to farmers, and then we miss the point. So, why conservation agriculture? So that picture is where you are. This is our campus. Why conservation agriculture? And as you think about conservation agriculture, why RICA? We believe that conservation agriculture's purpose, first and foremost, is to enhance soil health for sustainable food production and food security. Mark two words here: soil health and sustainable food production. There are other ways you can increase food production, but may not be sustainable. So conservation agriculture is about food production sustainably. So when we talk about sustainable food production, I'll quickly go through these and I'll emphasize one. These are the main indicators of food security. One, for a country to be secure, food should be readily available, meaning in quantity. It should be accessible. We should be able to afford it, even when it's on the market. And then we should be able to utilize it. Utilization means I should be able to choose and pick. Should I eat meat today? Should I eat beans? Should I eat fruits or vegetables? You should have the capacity to make those choices. And those choices are based on your capacity to afford, but also availability on the market. And then it should be stable. I should be certain that today, tomorrow, and the generation after me should be able to afford and access food. So stability is the key question here. How do you make sure that we produce enough sustainably? So meaning we should produce enough in quantity, in quality, but sustainably. And that's where conservation agriculture comes in, is to bring that sustainability component into our production systems. This is 2022 Global State of Food Security. And as you can see, our continent isn't doing good. Rwanda is somewhere there. It's yellow. So we're a little bit better than others, but of course, if you're better than the rest who are worse, you need to do something. So as a continent, we need to think outside the box. First, we need to think of how to increase production and how do we do it sustainably. Just home. This is the 2021 data of Rwanda, and this percentage of households with inadequate food consumption. When you look at this, the few districts that are above 45%, there are not many, but still even those in green, even those that are food secure, we need to make sure that achievement is sustained. This is inadequate food consumption. Inadequate food consumption means either they when they are classified as poor, it means they either eat one type, either they eat carbohydrates more times than having a balanced diet. If you're on the borderline, it means household food consumption, they consume starches and vegetables daily, and probably they don't have vitamins or oils as part of that mix. If it's acceptable, that means you eat a balanced diet more than 5 times, 5 days a week. This data is about food insecure households. This is 2021 from the Food Security and Vulnerability Analysis that the ministry does every 2 years, I believe. Now, what are the causes? This is from 2018, and they looked at what are the causes of food security in Rwanda. It so happens that drought is one of those. These are the numbers that indicated households that are with drought as the main shock, meaning as the main cause for food insecurity. And conservation agriculture has potential to make our food systems resilient to drought, in addition to others, of course. So this emphasizes why we think conservation agriculture should be part and parcel of our production system in the country and in the continent at large. Now, the other reason is soil erosion. This is the soil erosion map, soil erosion risk for 2022 data. As you can see, there are several parts of the country that are in high erosion risk. And of course, one, it's because of rainfall, but also it's because of the terrain. We're a mountainous country. So we tend to go to the extremes. Either we're suffering from soil erosion when there's a lot of rain, but then we also suffer from drought. But in addition to that, as the Vice Chancellor mentioned, the reason for part of this soil risk is a combination of rainfall, soil fragility, and then plus how we use the land. So how we use the land is also a component considered when you're estimating soil erosion risk. So land use is a key component. And as we talk about conservation agriculture, we're also talking about how do you do agriculture in ways that does not even make the fragile soils more fragile and more prone to erosion whenever you have sufficient rains. So when you look at crop production, I present this as crop yield. What we're looking for as a nation is food. Crop yield is the key determinant for food security. I put it in 3 components. The determinants are in 3 components. There's the soil status, how good your soil is. There is the type of crop or varieties that you grow. If you grow poor varieties, then you don't get sufficient production. And then agronomic practices. Now, each of these doesn't exist independently. They are strongly interlinked. So as you make decisions to grow, you have to make sure that these 3 components are interlinked. And conservation agriculture principles that we promote strengthen the linkages between these 3 components. Good quality soils, it enables realization of good yields. If you have a high yielding variety and you grow it in a poor soil, you don't realize the potential for that yield, for that variety. So adoption of varieties that are resistant to diseases. So imagine you grow a variety that is susceptible to a disease, you grow it in a good soil, you don't protect it against the disease, you're doing no good for yourselves. Good agronomic practices, they also improve soil quality, and also they conserve the soil quality. So when you talk about soil conservation or conservation agriculture, we're actually protecting the soil, but also improving soil status by the practices, the way we handle the soil. So what are the principles of conservation agriculture? You're going to hear different scientists call it different names. You're going to hear about conservation agriculture, regenerative agriculture, circular economy. There are all these different names that they call it. But when you look at the basic principles, they are the same. So for us, we are saying, what do we tell a farmer? The practice we promote, or the principles we promote, irrespective of how I summarize and call them, I think we should come to the same understanding that if a farmer needs to know, what do I do? How you call what I do is sometimes not that important, but what should I do? So principle number 1 that is very important is minimizing soil disturbance. Now, this is a picture from some of the farmers we work with in National. Here we tell them, don't open the land, just go in and plant. After planting, so this field belongs to that lady, after planting and they have germinated, go in and now do weed management. Because remember, when you're doing weed management at this point, you hardly disturb the soil that much because you risk damaging the crop. But when you tell the farmer to get rid of the weeds now, chances are they're going to tear up the entire soil. After tearing it up, should it rain, you're going to lose the soil. So slashing or scraping the weeds off, and then minimum soil disturbance. So you can use a simple hoe like this, what we call the hula hoe, or you can use a smaller hoe like that, and then you manage weeds. And that is not going to affect your yield, but it's going to have tremendous positive impact on your soil. Still, when you talk about soil, minimum soil tillage, some people think, oh, we should not be using mechanization. No, you can still do conservation agriculture with mechanization. These are two examples. This is a machine called the aerator. So if you want to soften the ground, you roll it. It has spikes. It just pokes the soil. It doesn't open it up. It just pokes it, opens it up. When you irrigate or when it rains, it increases water filtration into the soil. Or you can use a ripper. So this is a ripper that you can see. This is the field that hasn't been ripped. This is the field that has been ripped. And all this is mulch and soil. Residues that were left in the field. So these are the fields that we have. So what I'm showing you are things that we've tried out and we've seen. This is a no-till planter. So you can see this planter is planting within this field or this field without plowing it, and it does perfectly well. So you can mechanize, you can use traditional tools. The basic message here is minimum soil disturbance. Maintaining soil cover. We are saying you should leave crop residues, especially start with what you have harvested. So sometimes you tend to tell farmers, go look for mulch elsewhere, and then you come and mulch the field. So it's to many farmers, it's very difficult for them to look for mulch and mulch maize. Okay, so sorry about that. Meaning, traditionally, most farmers are not used to mulching maize or mulching beans. They're used to mulching perennial crops. So when you tell a farmer, you should use the residues elsewhere and then you mulch, you're really telling them something, in most cases, it's impractical. So simple message is, keep whatever you've harvested where you've harvested it. Let's start from that point. So just use the residues that you have from where you've harvested it, put it back where you harvested it. If you can be able to achieve that, then chances are we can as well collect it from elsewhere and bring it in that field. But before you achieve that, it's very difficult. So these are the fields we still have. That now this is a rotation. This was harvested. So this maize field is 2 seasons old. You can see there has been soybean that came after maize, and then maize has come back. And this is soybean planted into a maize field. And you can use also cover crops like mukuna, especially in between seasons. Or you intercrop, but that's something that we need to advise farmers appropriately. When do you include cover crops in a crop? The third principle is crop diversification or crop rotation. So if you look at these pictures, this picture is the same field, 2 different seasons. So this half had soybean, this one had maize, and then the following season, this section is this, and that section is that. So you can intercrop within seasons, but you can also, rotate between seasons, but you can also intercrop. Now, the challenge with intercropping in the same season, same field, is people do mixed cropping more than intercropping. So sometimes you confuse intercropping and mixed cropping. Intercropping is where you organize your planting in such a way that the crops are on the same field, but they're not mixed. If you're planting maize and beans, you plant maize in line. So 1 line of maize, 1 line of beans, 1 line of maize, 1 line of beans, and then you can switch. So the line that had maize now brings in with beans, vice versa. But in most cases, farmers, you tell them you can mix crop, they'll just mix the seeds together and they broadcast. Or They just dig a hole, and then they pick 1 seed of maize, 2 seeds of beans, they drop it in the same hole. That won't give you the impact that we're talking about. Now, what is going to happen next season? You're going to do the same. And so you end up not really doing the right diversification in ways that you can be able to spatially separate the crops, but planted at the same time in the same field. So basically, those are the 3 main principles of conservation agriculture: minimum soil disturbance, crop diversification, and soil cover. Why do we cover the soil? I'll also share that with you. The reasons why we say we should always make sure the soil is covered. Then we add another principle, economic application of nutrients and fertilizers. This is very interesting, and it talks about, even now this alludes to the efficiency of nutrient utilization, but also has an implication on the cost of production. Now, in most cases, when you think about how much fertilizer should I apply, the basic should be how much yield do you want to get. So what we're saying, if you're saying I want to produce 5 tons of maize, depending on the soil health, then you decide how much nutrients do I have to put, both whether you're applying 2 types of fertilizers. So this graph I'm trying to show here for maize, we normally recommend, on average, most of our soils in Rwanda, we normally recommend 80 kilograms of DAP at planting, and then you do 2 applications of urea. When it comes to soybean and beans, these are legumes, you always recommend adding rhizobium. Now, rhizobium, it's an organic soil enhancer, which improves nitrogen composition in the soil. So it means we should be able to add, so these farmers here in Nashville, they're trying to put rhizobium into the, mix it with soybean, and then they can plant. So the idea is, let's not just use low fertilizer application or a lot, because when you use a lot, it's just like me assuming I can eat 2 plates of food. I just can't. Chances I'm going to dump the rest away. Now, with fertilizers, if you happen to put a lot of fertilizers and then you apply them in the wrong time when the plant can take it up, you end up polluting the environment as well as our water systems. Then you also recommend using organic fertilizers. In addition to inorganic fertilizers, we recommend farmers applying organic fertilizers because they, in addition to providing the nutrients, but also improve the soil status. Keep that word, soil status, by improving the soil structure, and also helps with water retention in the soil. Principle number 5, efficient utilization or application of pesticides and fungicides. This has 2 reasons. One, it's for our own health as the farmers. So one health principle comes in here. You don't want a farmer to just apply herbicides or fungicides anyhow. We're saying we should prioritize integrated pest management, and integrated pest management is about the right variety, the right chemical at the right time. So we should be thinking about resistant varieties more than thinking about applying lots of chemicals. So we encourage that, and whenever we apply chemicals, we're saying apply them judiciously. And there are some of these options that are non-invasive and they are not chemical-based. So this is a trap that traps the fall armyworm. So if you put up traps, this is going to save the environment. You're going to trap the insects, but at the same time, you're also trying to make sure you don't apply as much pesticides as the infestation may require. So a combination of both biological, non-chemical control and chemical control is good. I was telling this farmer when I took this picture, you shouldn't be listening to your phone at the same time spraying, or else you may spray your feet. So that's why I always use that picture to remind people that as you're applying chemicals, you need to protect yourself as well. This is not recommended. So this is not a good practice. Concentrate, especially when you're dealing with hazardous material. Principle number 6, efficient water utilization. So sometimes we tend to think irrigation, irrigation, irrigation. Actually, no. It should be water conservation, water conservation. So if you can mulch and you use less water, the better. So even if we irrigate, we should not be thinking we need irrigation. So we always tell farmers, when they talk about drought, they always tell us, oh, we need support to irrigate. But even if I gave you that system, and you're going to use it in an unsustainable manner, it's going to be very difficult for you to sustain and to maintain, because the costs won't add up. And so we should first think of ways we conserve moisture in the soil before we think of irrigation first. So it's the same thing as if you give somebody a vehicle and then you misuse it, it's of no use at the end of the day, because it's going to come back to haunt you when it starts breaking down and it's not serving you the purpose. So we should be thinking about maintenance, which means conservation. So number one, we should think of planting drought-tolerant crops as one way to overcome the need for irrigation. And then if you do that, that means you're going to irrigate less frequently, and then you have to have proper scheduling for irrigation. Those three components is what we mean by efficient utilization of water. So sometimes when you say that, people tend to think, okay, I just need the water and then maybe I'll be dropping less. But remember, the plant has a certain volume of water that it requires. So instead of thinking that way, we should think, let me plant a variety that requires less water, let me conserve the little water in the soil, and then let me apply irrigation whenever it's most needed. Principle number 7, integrate cropping and livestock. So there are different ways you can mix livestock. We want livestock as well. So in conservation agriculture, we should not be making people think it's all about crops. No, we're talking about system approach whereby livestock is equally important, especially since we need manure. So mixed farming, combining crops and livestock at the same farm. There's silvopastoral systems where you combine, even in addition to livestock crops, you also bring in a component of trees, where you can use agroforestry trees, and some of those trees can be fodder for the animals. And then there's the agropastoral systems, also emphasizing the need to think, how do livestock and crop production coexist in ways that produces more production, more output sustainably. The last principle, number 8, is manage environmental impact of crop and livestock, but increase biodiversity. So that brings in a component of biodiversity, utilizing any waste from crop production that can be used as feed for livestock. Let's do it that way. Or if you can compost it, let's think through how we can do that. Okay, so those are the 8 principles that we promote. And I believe even others, regenerative agriculture, there are lots of what we, which the same, just different nomenclature. But the point here is, it's not an all or nothing principle. So that's another issue that farmers ask. So do I have to do all the 8 for me to qualify as applying? No. Do what you can when you can. If you can do minimum tillage and you have no livestock, don't feel you're forced to include livestock. So it's not an all that you have to apply all the 8 principles for you to feel like you're making a contribution. We are saying let's advise farmers to apply any of these principles. But those 3 top ones, I think they have to coexist, and there's no problem with that. So what are the benefits of conservation agriculture? Reduced tillage. We've seen that it reduces cost of production. If you don't have to plow the field before you plant, those are labor units that you've saved. On average, we've realized that it takes about 30 man-hours to plow a hectare. And nowadays, I think it ranges between 1,500 to 3,000, depending on the time of the year. And that's a lot of money that a farmer has saved. And that saving from a farmer, it comes back to us as consumers. Remember, I talked about food affordability. If a farmer spends a lot to produce, we meet that cost as consumers. So that also has an implication on our food security, because those who are not involved in primary production, they can't afford what comes on the market. So we have to think about helping a farmer save costs, and that eventually is also a benefit to the consumers at the end of the chain. CA enhances water uptake, as I mentioned. Certainly it helps in prevention of soil erosion. Crop residues improve soil properties, fertility and quality, and then soil cover suppresses weeds. that's a field that my colleague Alex has been following up in National. We've been doing CA on this field since 2017. So this 2018, how the field looked like. This is 2021, how the field looked like. And this is 2023, how the same field has changed over time. You can look at how brown the soils are. Now the soils have become darker and darker over time just by applying conservation agriculture principles. We've not ripped that field for about 4 years now, other than sending in an aerator or zonal ripping whenever we feel the soil is becoming more and more compacted. So these are primary benefit. You can visually see how the soil has changed over time by applying conservation agriculture. And so we've seen soil organic matter has increased from about 1.2% to 2.5% from 2017 to 20. So organic matter has doubled from 2017 to 2023. So benefit number one, as you can see, soil pH. We all know that most of our soils in Rwanda are pretty acidic, and so we need to apply lime frequently. We can be able to manage soil pH if we practice conservation agriculture. So you can see how in that field, this field, how soil pH has improved from 5 in 2017 to 6.8. At this rate, you don't have to apply any lime. And it's a bit costly to apply lime because it's bulky. You need a lot of volume to put it, to drop it in the field. So it's a huge cost to a farmer. But also, in addition to that, when the soil is this acidic, then it also affects the fertilizers you apply. You apply fertilizers in acidic soil, then the plants can't take it up, so you've wasted fertilizers that you've applied in the soil. We've seen the biodiversity of micro fauna. Earthworms in these fields have increased. Look at this field, you don't see that much weeds. So imagine what you save by having your field that is weed-free. That's a lot of savings you get, and that results into reduced labor. So degraded soil restoration. I like this picture. And why? This field, it was a barrow pit for laterite. So we dug all the laterite from this field, and we were able to construct about 34 kilometers of roads in National. So this field belonged to an old farmer who just felt he can make money by selling laterite. So the contractor went in and tore it up. Then after that, we went back. When time came to start helping him to plow, the old man was looking at us like, what do I do with this field? But look at how it looks like. This gentleman, he's one of those who get 5 tons, 4 tons, between 5 to 6 tons of maize. So he's been able to restore it by doing conservation agriculture. The only thing we told him to start with, don't take any residue out of that field. And that's what he's done for all these years. This was taken yesterday. So this is how the field looks right now. And he's happy. So you can't imagine that that was a barrow pit. So we can use conservation agriculture to restore degraded soils. Even in mine spoils, dump sites. This is one of the ways I believe we can use conservation agriculture to restore degraded soil. So there is hope with conservation agriculture. Now, conservation agriculture doesn't go alone. Like I said, you can tell a farmer not to plow the field, but if he plants poor seed, it's of no use. You really haven't helped a farmer. So we need to think about a package. As we talk about CA, these are the ones I call enablers of CA. So enablers of CA are the good agricultural practice. I won't go into the details, but let me mention just a few. Of course, much as we prevent soil from, by conservation, not disturbing it, but also in some cases, depending on the slope, we need to, in addition to CA, we need also to make sure that we have radical soil erosion control, like terracing, bench terraces, radical terraces, or contour terraces, and so forth. We need to encourage farmers to keep using high-yielding varieties as part of CA, so we shouldn't be talking about just minimum soil tillage without reminding them that it goes along with good seed. Clean seed, proper weed management, proper planting density, and planting in rows. Now, the planting density component, most extensionists tend not to think about it, but to me it's extremely important, and this is why. So when you think about the yield you want to get, you should first think, how much seed do I put in the soil? Otherwise, if you don't think about it, your yield target is just off. Now, let me take an example of maize. When you talk about yield target, it's a factor of how many plants do you plant per hectare, how many cobs per plant. I'm taking an example of maize, and then the total weight of all the grain that comes off of that field. But the basic thing is how many plants. Now, we don't take farmers through all that. We need to know if I tell a farmer 20 kilograms per hectare, actually how many plants am I talking about? Because what a farmer harvests, it's a cob. What he sells, it's a cob. Okay? So, planting density determines the quantity of seed you're going to need. Remember, the farmer is going to buy seed. So if I'm telling a farmer to buy 20 kilograms, that's real money that a farmer has to fork out. But if I tell him to buy 20 kilograms, and it's not enough to cover the entire field he has, I'm doing disservice to him. He's not realizing the potential for his field. Or if I tell him to buy more than what he needs, he's also going to suffer, because at the end of the day, he's going to go in and thin. And so why we emphasize this is we need to be able to tell a farmer, if you buy 20 kilograms, it's going to be enough for your field, or 30 kilograms, or whatever it is. Then he has to ensure planting density ensures proper utilization of the land. It doesn't make sense if a field can handle 50,000 plants and you drop 25,000. You're literally using half of the land. In your visually you may think you're utilizing the entire field, but actually scientifically you're utilizing just half of the field. And that's why it's very important when you talk about planting density, which is the number of seed and how you space them. So I'm just giving these as example of some of the recommended planting density, and we always advise farmer to plant 1 seed per hole. 1 seed per hole. Now, we've seen that most extensionists tell farmers to plant 2 seeds or 3 seeds. And when you ask a farmer why, he says 1 seed won't germinate. In the event that 1 seed doesn't germinate, what happens? So I need to plant 3, such that when 1 or 2 die, I still have a 1. But remember me as a scientist, if I've told a farmer to buy clean seed, certified seed, that has germination percentage above 90%, do you know what happens? He's going to plant 3, they're going to compete each other, and then the farmer is going to come back after a month, and he starts uprooting. He thins. Now, he's literally losing at least 1/3 of his crop. He's lost 1/3 of the money, because you're not going to recover that money. So simple techniques like those that we don't sometimes think, because when we tell a farmer buy clean seed, and then I come the next day, I say plant 3 because some won't germinate, I'm actually sending confusing messages. I've told a farmer to buy clean seed, he spent money, expensive. And then he comes back and he starts thinning. And sometimes some of these varieties, they do tiller. So when there's more fertility in the soil, some of the crops, they tiller. And when they tiller, even that makes a farmer more mad, because he has to spend time thinning. That's labor units he's wasted. That seed he's lost. So when you think about it, you're really making a farmer lose more money, and also his cost of production going high. So these are some of the considerations. I want to go into the science of that. But as we recommend, I always tell my colleagues, let's make sure we tell a farmer to plant 1 seed. So let's figure out the right planting density depending on the plant structure, the crop use, and soil fertility. For example, what I mean by crop use, if I'm planting maize to feed the animals and all I need is the vegetation, I'll tell the farmer to plant it so close, and because you're looking for fodder, you're not looking for maize. But if you're looking for maize, then you need to make sure that you help a farmer do the right thing to get the best. Thank you.
hand clap. Honestly, Dr. Dambe, I've never enjoyed an agriculture class more. I didn't know mulching and crop rotation would my life, but it was quite informative. So I believe that sets the pace for our next conversation. He has let us walk, so now let's run. Allow me to introduce our next speakers who are going to help broaden the conversation started by Dr. Dambe, starting with our moderator, Dr. Judith Uwihire. Dr. Judith. A hand clap for Dr. Judith as she comes to the stage. Allow me to introduce our other panelists, starting with Dr. Patrick Karangwa. From the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Richard Makuza from the World Food Program. Mr. Pugeni Vurayai, forgive me if I'm butchering that name, from MCC. Ms. Rosine Laishimye from B2R. And bringing back the man who set the pace for this conversation, Dr. Dambe Nzaramba Magnifique, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Extension and Applied Research at RICA. There will be a Q&A straight after this conversation, so over to you, Judith. Thank you. Could we have some microphones?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this important discussion on a vision and shared understanding of conservation agriculture. It's our honor to welcome you all to this important discussion that is going to focus on shared understanding as well as shared vision on conservation agriculture, because the previous speakers said that conservation agriculture is always a shared responsibility. Without having it shared, it can't be successful. So as we are facing a global challenge of soil degradation, as Dr. Magnifique said, we need to have a good agricultural system that can cope with all those challenges. Here I mean soil erosion, flooding, decline of soil fertility, drought, as well as other disasters that we are facing. So we are all aware by now that conservation agriculture can be among the best agricultural system that can cope with all those challenges. So we are honored to have expert panelists that are going to share with us their perception about conservation agriculture, and also help us to see how can we work together to build up a very sustainable conservation agriculture. Yeah, they are going to help us to have a common understanding as well as a common or shared vision of conservation agriculture so that we can share responsibilities as stakeholders in agriculture. When I mean stakeholders in conservation agriculture, here I mean farmers, researchers, extensionists, readers in agribusiness, as well as civil society. So without taking much time, join me to welcome, I don't think Ms. Lozin is around. Allow me to welcome once again Mr. Richard from the World Food Program, Dr. Patrick Kalangwa from Minagri, Dr. Magnifique Ndambe Nzaramba, the DVC for Extension and Applied Research here at RICA, and Mr. Pujeni from MCC. Please join me to welcome our panelists. I don't think I'll be biased if I guide this discussion by starting asking questions to Mr. Ndambe. He has been presenting too much about conservation agriculture, but as we want to have a common understanding, a common vision to be able to achieve what we want to achieve, I would like to ask Dr. Ndambe, what is your own definition of conservation agriculture when it comes to farmers' perception?
Thank you, moderator. My own definition, nukubungabunga ubutaka. Simple. Kubungabunga ubutaka. And so what that means is conserving the soil. And exactly what I mean is you should not lose it. Keep it where it is. Do whatever it takes to keep the soil where it is. And that's what the starting statement that I define to farmers. Keeping it where it is, keeping it as it is. Unfortunately, the soil that we have, some of the soils we have now are not as they were. So we should keep it where it is and as it was. Okay? So we should think about as it was, because most soils are not as they were now. They've been depleted. They've been overutilized. So we need to conserve it where it is, and then we need to rebuild it back to what it was. Just imagine what that soil was before any farmer ever stepped on that field. And that's what we mean by soil health. Okay? So maybe that's a simple definition is preserve the soil where it is and as it was. As it was meaning we need it to be fertile. We need to be productive. So, and as my last slide about depleted soils, we have lots of depleted soils. So you can use conservation agriculture to be able to regenerate that soil and then thereafter conserve. It doesn't make sense conserving a depleted soil either. So we need to regenerate it or rebuild its health, and then we conserve it thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ndambe, for the nice definition of what we call conservation agriculture. You mentioned about the key principles of conservation agriculture. I don't think it will be a waste of time if you should again highlight the main key principles of agriculture to better understand its definition again.
The key principles, the key main ones, which are 3, the rest are subsections of those. The first one is minimum soil disturbance. Okay? So the only time you would say you should disturb the soil should be when you're planting. And when you're planting, now I'm talking about the farmers, to the farmers who are here. So sometimes we confuse planting and burying the seed. That's what sometimes I call them. If you plant the seed 20 centimeters deep, that's burying the seed, is not planting. So we should be planting seed at least not more than 5 centimeters in the soil. Because, so sometimes we may not disturb the soil before you plant, but then we disturb it a lot when we are planting. So you look at a field that has just been planted and looks like it's been ripped, it's been plowed. So, so we are now teaching farmers that they should be planting the seed at the right depth, 5 centimeters deep. By the way, we've seen that that takes less energy as well, because you can plant with a piece of stick, you can plant with a machete. You don't need a hoe, or a new hoe for that matter. So that's what we're saying. Minimal soil disturbance unless when you're planting, and so when you're planting, you can do the zonal tillage you're talking about. And certainly there are some crops that do not ascribe to CA. If you're harvesting potatoes, or if you're planting potato, some of those crops, or cassava, they do not fit well sometimes. But now we're saying if a farmer is planting cassava, unless you have a whole field full of cassava, in most cases, most of our farmers, they have a few plants of cassava mixed with maize and beans. So that ascribes to our zonal tillage that we're talking about. If you can plant one line of cassava, skip 2, 3, 4 meters, you plant another, then you can utilize the soil. But at least that is still minimum soil disturbance, because you cannot say that some of these tuber crops, you can plant them without opening the field. So that's the description that we always tell farmers, that we can still do minimum soil disturbance with the type of crops that we have. The other principle is maintaining soil cover. You can maintain soil cover by using the residues, and the residues are there. We've seen some farmers that burn the residues. Fortunately, the government policy is against that. So, first of all, burning sends gases in the air, so that pollutes our air. But in actual fact, we're also burning the good nutrients we should be putting back in the soil. So that's principle number 2, is let's use the residues by keeping the soil covered, because that preserves the moisture in the soil and also the microorganisms. And then principle number 3 is for crop rotation. So, mu Kinyarwanda, amahame y'ubuhinzi bungabunga ubutaka yibanze 3 tuvuga. Cyambere ni ukutarimagura ubutaka kugira ngo tubuteze umwuma, kuko iyo burimaguye tuvuga ngo turabuhoza, usanga ahubwo aribwo tubuteza umwuma, kubera ko ubutaka buherereye buri hasi tubushyira hejuru iyo turimye, bityo izuba rikabutwika hamwe n'inshuti z'abahinzi zirimo tukazica. Ihame rya kabiri ni ukugerageza ngo ubutaka bube busasiye. Ariko tuvuga gusasira, si uvuga ngo ugende ushaka ibyatsi uzusasi, ubishoboye ni byiza cyane, ariko tuzi ko abahinzi batabishobora. Bityo rero ireme rya kabiri nuko dukoresha ibisigazwa aho twasaruye ibigorigori, ibishogoshogo, amashara twatemye mu rutoki, tuyasasize aho twayakwiye. Si ugufata ibigorigori ukajya gusasira mu rutoki, oya, sasiza urutoki amashara, aho wasaruye ibigori hasasize ibigorigori. Icyo cyumvikane neza. Hanyuma ihame rya gatatu ni ukugira ngo tujye duhinduranya imyaka, cyane cyane duhinduranye ibinyamisogwe hamwe n'ibinyampeke. Ikiza cyabyo ni uko binadufasha kurwanya indwara. Iyo uteye ibinyamisogwe ahantu usaruye ibinyamisogwe, usanga nanone byiganzwa n'indwara n'ibyonnyi. Bityo rero guhinduranya ibihingwa bifasha mu kubungabunga ubutaka, ariko na cyane cyane no mu kurwanya indwara n'ibyonnyi. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane Dr. Magnifique. My last but not least question for you. I know you have been actively involved in setting some CA demo plots all over the country, I mean in the north, in the east, as well as here to RICA. And you also talked about the key principles of CA. You have been meeting many stakeholders in the CA. Do you think that you have a similar way of understanding of what you mean by CA? Or do you think some stakeholders have other kind of definition or understanding of conservation agriculture? What do you think? Do they all understand like the way you understand, or they have another way of defining CA?
I think it's different names for twin brothers and sisters. So the basics are exactly the same. The three principles are exactly the same. But we may call them different names. Some may call it, we call it conservation agriculture. There are some who call it regenerative agriculture. But when you dig deep into the principles they are preaching, it's exactly the same three core principles. When it comes to the others, how they integrate livestock with crops, some may say, feed the residues to the animals. And we're saying, no. Put the residues where they are and feed the animals maybe some cover crops. So you plan it out in such a way that some of what you produce feed the animals, but the residues should go back. So there are some of those different definitions, but the core principles of soil disturbance, covering the soil, regenerating the soil, we're really on the same page on that. And then there are others who ascribe to circular agriculture, which is really the same thing. Use the waste from one system to be the input for the other system. But by and large, I think we agree on the same thing. A few other issues of how you plant, the planting density, number of seeds, I think it's the scientists especially, and I would suggest the scientists who develop the varieties, each variety should come with an operating manual, just like a vehicle. So if you produce a variety, you should produce how do they plant it? What is the planting density? How do you fertilize it? Of course, depending on the soil or the environment where you are. That would be more helpful to farmers and the extensionists, so that the message we give to farmers on the same, and let me talk to my colleagues from RAB. When we release the variety from RAB, any agronomist who is telling a farmer to plant that variety, the message should be the same. When the variety is the same and the message is different, you don't blame the extensionist or the farmer. I think we should blame ourselves. And that's why we have this session, really, this conference, that some of these challenges we see, we harmonize them and address them. But I think, back to your question, we agree on the science and the key principles. Now, how we disseminate them, I think, is where sometimes we may divert a little bit. But of course, with good intentions, certainly. With the good intentions for the farmer, not that we divert based on any other ill intentions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope the other stakeholders are not going to prove you long. Let us move to Mr. Richard. Richard, do you totally agree with Dr. Ndambe that we need to integrate agricultural practices together with conservation agriculture to be able to get a sustainable and profitable agricultural production?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Judith. It's very, very interesting. Greetings to all of you. I think I will agree. I think we are all heading in the same direction of how do we deal with the food security goal of feeding our people. Is here we are talking about Rwandese, but in a sustainable manner. So we are all there, so that's the broader objective for all of us. But certainly the entry points have been different. So I think that's how all these differences in terminologies, in technologies have come in. Entry point, someone who has come from an environmental entry point will be probably looking at something slightly different. Someone who has come from a social equity angle would look at it in a different parameter, and they call it agroecology, because they would want it to be broader and bring in food sovereignty and all that. And so I think, I remember there was a meeting, thank you, Dr. Zaramba, for talking at this. There is an, let me call it an informal coalition that we contributed in starting. That's WFP, with other stakeholders. We talked to RAP as well in 2023. And the thinking was, how do we harmonize? How do we really break these things down so that we don't confuse the farmer? We have all the same objective, but somehow we are using the different languages. So I remember we had a technical meeting in Musanze, and we made a table where we said, let's forget about the names, the semantics. Let's forget about conservation agriculture, regenerative agriculture, climate smart agriculture, sustainable agriculture. Let's look into the package. What are we delivering? And we realized that we are all pushing, Dr. Zaramba said it, we all agreed on the 3 principles. Then we started adding regenerative. Is like, we have to have livestock central. It has to come in. And then agroforestry came in and was like, we need to have roots within the soil throughout the season so that they can hold the soil and they can maintain the capacity of water infiltration. We started, so then we agreed, we are like, the only debate was on how much inorganic fertilizer we use. Some of us were like, inorganic fertilizer should be minimized as much as possible. Others are like, we are looking at food security. And the farmer is not, however much the farmer is interested in environmental sustainability and soil health, the primary objective is getting food on the plate. So we realize that we are starting from a degraded land. So if we do not put in the picture other aspects, like bring efficient use of inorganic fertilizer, using appropriately the pesticides, the whole idea is going to collapse, because the pests are going to come and they're going to destroy the crop. The productivity is going to take longer, and the farmer is not going to wait for 3 years for the soil to naturally regenerate to get to the level that they get optimal results. So the idea, so that's where conservation agriculture comes in, where it really works well. Like, I liked the presentation of Dr. Nzambe. I thought he's going to stop with the 3 principles, but he exhausted it all. For us, we call it conservation agriculture plus. And that plus is all other good agronomic practices and other practices that really push the farmer to get more yields, but also in a sustainable way. So to respond to what you're saying, what's remaining is, how do we harmonize this and maybe get our, coin it with our Rwandan, look for a coin, like baptize our method, so that when we speak it in Kinyarwanda, everyone feels captured, so that we do not, we use our CA regenerative languages, because sometimes we need them because that's the language of some of our partners. So sometimes you need that language in given forums because that's what they understand. Lastly, you find that sometimes we confuse it with the broader terms like climate smart agriculture. This is the conservation agriculture, but with an emphasis on climate resilience. And it's broader because it talks of 3 principles: adaptation, mitigation, and productivity. So you all can see that so many things can fit in adapting to climate change, mitigating further environmental degradation, and productivity. But the principle is we have to increase productivity. That's number one. We have to adapt to the current challenges of climate change. And we have to make sure that we don't do more harm in the increase of productivity. So that's the field, that's the circle that we are all navigating. Make sure we increase productivity to feed our people. Make sure we adapt to their challenges. It's productive rains, droughts, we have to adopt. But we have, in the process, we have to mitigate further damage, because if we don't mitigate, we cannot adapt. If we don't mitigate, the adaptation is going to fail completely. So, coming back to answer your question, we are really aligned, and we really, in this symposium, we need to all get it that we are not competing whatsoever. We are not competing. There is no need for that. The thinking is, how do we align so that we increase the impact to the farmer? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Richard. You brought a new term of CA+, Conservation Agriculture plus good agricultural practices. From the presentation of Dr. Magnifique, he presented about 8 key principles of conservation agriculture, which is also somehow mixed with good agricultural practices. By adding good means that there are also other agricultural practices which are not good. What are the key or the main good practices, agricultural practices, that you could recommend to go alongside with conservation agriculture?
Yeah, thank you. And here, to avoid confusion when we say conservation agriculture, and we are saying this in the right place. We are in RICA. So the foundational principles that are all agreed upon are 3. And he has clearly elaborated that. It's minimum soil disturbance. And I want to add on what he said when it comes to cassava, when it comes to potato. The principle is minimal. Like whatever you're growing, how do you minimize tillage? And in our country, a land of 1,000 hills, we do not have an option. Over 90% of the arable land is on a gradient of over 55 gradient steep. It's on slopes. So, the research has shown that every year we lose around 25 tons per hectare of soil. And economists have put that in numbers and have put it to up to 810 billion Rwandan francs that we lose every year. When you cost all that we lose in soil, all the energy, all the investment. So when we lose that topsoil, we really lose a lot. And because of our topography, tillage really makes the soil so vulnerable, the structure is broken, and now when it rains, because it has become like flour, when it comes, it easily washes it away. But the 3 principles, minimum soil tillage, and some other literature call it permanent soil cover. It's not only soil cover, but permanent soil cover, because the longer you cover the soil, the better, because it reduces evaporation. Some studies show up to 70%, 60 to 70% of evaporation if the cover is good enough. So that is retaining moisture in the soil. And of course, crop diversification. So what other? So she's saying, you're asking me, what other? So he's mentioned it, Doctor, but I want to bring in other terminologies that are used so that when people hear them, it's not new. We call it integrated soil fertility management. So, because we are coming from a background when the soil is degraded. So those three are really good and they work together very well. But because we are starting from a degraded soil, we need an integrated soil fertility management. So here, you're using inorganic fertilizer, you're using organic fertilizer, which can come from compost, from manure, from other sources. So when you do that, it becomes easier for a farmer because they can use sufficient amounts of inorganic and add it with other available sources of organic fertilizer, which makes it better. And that goes with a good seed, that goes with precision farming. And I want to mention this as I wind up. Conservation agriculture brings in something beautiful. It trains the farmer to do precision farming there and then. The other conventional way of farming makes it very difficult for a farmer to do precision farming. But with conservation agriculture, because a farmer needs to only dig up holes for planting, it's very clear. The farmer can easily tell how many holes, how much seed, how much fertilizer. So there is this added benefit that doesn't need training. Immediately they learn how to do precision farming. Yeah, there are many more, but those are the main ones I can talk about. Thank you.
So in short, we have the main three key principles of agriculture plus all good agricultural practices that we think can raise our agricultural yield. Yeah, from what you said, it's obvious that conservation agriculture is giving a hope to really achieve sustainable agricultural production. But we are still at demo level where we do demonstration plot. I mean, the demo plot of conservation agriculture. And I want to ask someone from Minagri, how can we move from small scale level of conservation agriculture to the country level? How can we upscale those demo plots to the country scale?
Thank you, moderator. The question is how to scale. I think this is the very first, the fact that we have this symposium is a step in the right direction. It is the very first National Symposium on Conservation Agriculture. And as the Minagri, the Ministry of Agriculture, we look forward that this is not going to be a one-off event, that is going to be a regular event, but with even tracking, monitoring, progress for scaling of conservation agriculture. When there is no platform or framework of a strong M&E, things tend to be forgotten. And number two, besides a platform like this, there is also having clear goal and targets. We have already in the PSTA 5, the strategic plan for transformation of agriculture, we have got a goal, a target of reaching 100,000 hectares of conservation agriculture by 2029. For that to happen, their resources have been also costed, as per remarks of the Permanent Secretary. About 2.4 billion Rwandan francs have been costed to be required for making this achievement. But there is a lot which can be done efficiently when stakeholders like this get together. And for scaling, besides having goals, as I've said, and frameworks like this, there is the necessity for the farmers or practitioners to know how to do the right thing. People might be running to scale, but they are not doing it the right way. That's why it is very important. I highly appreciated Dr. Magnifique's presentation. We are here, we have got here the people from the local government, the district, directors of district directors of agriculture, agronomists. Could you raise your hands, the district directors of agriculture? Could you raise your hands? You see how each district of Rwanda is here represented. And the agronomists, district agronomists here present, could you so raise your hands? You see that? So we have got here the right people, and we have got, of course, the farmers who are going to share later on experience, who are doing conservation agriculture. But the whole country is covered for scaling the message, because each district of Rwanda is here represented. This is a very good step in the right direction for the scaling. But I call upon colleagues from the different districts to absorb really the right information of how to do the conservation agriculture. I think you have a chance to move around and see some of the demonstration plots. So I would like to emphasize the right information, the necessity of taking the right message, the right information, and trainings, capacity building, development. So I stated the goals, the platforms, the right people to take the message, the trainings and capacity building. I think it will be very important going forward to organize and support exchange visits and trainings, for starting especially with the farmers who are in cooperatives and large sites. In the ministry, in this strategy that I stated earlier of PST5, we have got what we call the food basket sites and agri-hubs. Those are going to be the priority sites for production, for agricultural production. I think it will be very important for scaling if farmers in the food basket sites and agri-hubs are exposed to principles and practices of conservation agriculture, not only in theory, but also in exchange visits, in trainings, visits like here in this institute, but also, and most importantly, exchange with the farmers who are doing it the right way and who are reaping benefits from conservation agriculture. I was very happy to see that some of those farmers are here represented. The farmers who get the great yields, who we will be hearing from them later on. It will be very important that countrywide, all the farmers in those big sites are in touch with, in exchange with the farmers who have been doing it the right way and who are getting the benefits of it. The farmers tend to quickly take the information that is coming from the other peer farmer rather than from an academician or a government officer who is saying this, do this. But if they see the other farmer has done it and the farmer has got the benefits, it is much likely that they will take that information. So those are the major areas for scale, as the question was about scale. Platform like this, very important, but let it not be one-off event. Let's have a regular framework. I think by the end of this symposium, we will touch into that most essentially. I look forward to at the end, that clear action going forward in this direction are endorsed in this symposium. Goals, sticking on the goals, the right people here taking the message, but also the capacity building, networking, exchange, trainings are very essential for going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Patrick. And also, thank you for showing us that we have CA extensionist around. The last, but not least question You mentioned about PSTA 5, which is a recent strategic plan that have been published, if I'm not mistaken, in December last year. And you also said about, of course, extensionists that are going to help us move from demo plot to high-level scale all over the country. I want to ask about the other conservation agriculture champions. They may not be district agronomists or other extensionists under Minagri, but I want to ask Mr. Pujeni, how do you see the role of all those champions, extensionists in integrating conservation agriculture in PSTA 5?
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say that I think Dr. Zarambe, you nailed it when your first words were to say what you think conservation agriculture can be called in Kinyarwanda. So before I talk a lot, I wrote 2 words. One is kubungabu bitaka. Did I say it well? Okay. Then the other one was bunga bunga butaka. Okay. So that to me is exactly one of the ways that champion farmers or conservation agriculture champions can help us scale at national level. We need to have local terminology. We need to put it in appropriate language that is accessible. When we say language is accessible, we look at gender. We also look at our literacy levels. We also look at our cultural practices and the context. So if we do that, we will be able to achieve our PSTA 5 goals. First of all, let me start by saying, who are these champion farmers, or who are these champions that we are talking about? I think in our experience as the Mennonite Central Committee, working in over 45 countries around the world, we have seen that the CA champion farmers are usually those people that are leaders of the farmer field schools. If you go in communities, our agriculture extension workers are using different extension systems to reach out to farmers. And they are leaders of farmer field schools. They can be lead farmers themselves. These are people who are practicing conservation agriculture well and a source of envy or a source of support to their neighbors and those that are around them. We also have seen that on these lead farmers, it is very important for us to leave no one behind. Let us make sure that we are paying attention to female or women lead farmers. We also have to make sure we are paying attention to young or youth lead farmers, and of course, men. We have also seen that some of the champions are youths. We have a passion for agriculture, and this is usually the most neglected group. The face of agriculture is always a senior man or a senior woman holding a hoe or a plow. For us to achieve PSTA 5, we want to also see the face of agriculture being a young person. Can we give a round of applause to the young people who are in this room, who are taking conservation agriculture as a profession, and who have dedicated themselves to working the soil every day? I'm proud of you students. Well done. We have also seen that one of the key champions that is usually neglected, maybe before I talk of that, the key champion can be the person we train in conservation agriculture, and they have a good grasp of the concepts that Dr. Zarambe spoke about, and can also teach others. That becomes a champion. But there's one neglected champion. It is the spontaneous adopter. That farmer who sees from a distance, goes closer and asks a question, how did you do this? and they learn from their peer, and they go and practice at home. As we seek to achieve the goals of PSTA 5, may we not forget those farmers. They are not in our programs, they are not even on our registers, but they are the farmers who can walk across the road and say, I saw WFP was here training you on conservation agriculture. How did you do it? And they learn it from their peers and they practice it very well. They become a champion farmer too. Now, the other champion farmers are extension workers, researchers, universities, and here is another champion farmer who is usually unrecognized from our own experience: policymakers. I want us to understand that it will be completely difficult, close to impossible, for us to get to the goals of PSTA 5 without our policymakers and our leadership, the government buy-in and government leadership. So I am completely flattered and very proud of the government and of Minagri and all the relevant government stakeholders for coming up with the PSTA 5 and for naming conservation agriculture as one of the strategic pillars in that PSTA 5. Well done. Thank you. We feel your warmth and support, and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pujeni, for elaborating all conservation agriculture champions. I believe that we have all those champions here. I mean, farmers, policymakers, extensionists, readers in agribusiness. Let us give them the floor to give comment, suggestion, or ask a question. If you have any of those, please raise your hand, tell us who you are, and also if you want to be specific in asking a question, feel free to mention the name of one of those panelists. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. I am Abdul Sanase. I'm the CEO of Agri Research Ngoka Limited and RIAF board member, and I'm pleased to be here. And I'm one of the champions of conservation agriculture because last year, Agri Research presented research in an innovation center in Rwanda Agri Show about conservation agriculture, and we were the best research exhibitor. My question. First, I appreciate Dr. Nzambe for a very interesting and good presentation. But seeing your presentation, I was wondering, why do we still have farmers? Two farmers. One is going for conservation agriculture, one is going for conventional applying GAP. And according to your presentation, I saw NPK, I saw DAP, I saw permanent cover, crops, and principles. So why do we still having farmers who are debating, convincing each one to go, to follow his or her footsteps, since we saw it's like all in one practices according to the principle that you presented. The second question goes to our very own DG of modernization. Do we have a harmonized training manual of conservation agriculture and GAP? Because I saw they complement each other. Because we see some projects, for instance, for civil society organization, they come, every project come with training manual. If they have intervention in regenerative or conservation agriculture, you find each and everyone has, they have different training manuals. Do we still have them? The third is a complement. We need concrete evidences, science-based evidences that are not done in silos. I think that will be helping in promoting conservation agriculture. I thank you so much.
Because we are running out of time, I would ask you to limit it to only one question if you want to ask. I I think it's better to have all the questions together, then we will have a session of answering the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Munyandamsa Fabrice, working for Cordate. And I have one question, as you suggest us. My question goes to WFP representative here. As working for Cordate, we have implemented together the FTMA, and one of the things that we found on the ground, it is that most of those smallholder farmers have been engaged in thinking around those chemical fertilizers, chemicals inputs for longer. And I would like to ask what are specific now initiative or training programs that you are about to implement in terms of the capacity building of those smallholder farmers by creating the linkage between them, extension workers and the research institutions as well, so that to foster or to encourage them and open their eyes on the conservation agriculture as it is being promoted by PSTF 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is James Mujisha. I come from World Vision International. My question goes to the first presenter, Dr. Magnifique. As a researcher and a scientist, I wanted to know about as much as we want to promote this conservation agriculture, but there is also this convention agriculture that is being practiced. And as much as we also want to have our farmers adopting this conservation agriculture, we need like evidence-based results in terms of yield. How do you see yield per unit area in terms of comparison to from conventional agriculture to sustainable agriculture, so that when we are telling farmers that please switch to this, there is somehow evidence-based message that we are taking. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let us limit ourselves to those three questions. The first one and the last one have been addressed to Dr. Magnifique, while the second one was addressed to the representative of World Food Program. Please take your mic and try to be brief in answering those questions.
Thank you. So the question from Abdul, why are some farmers not adopting CA? And yet we're showing that CA is good. There are a couple of reasons. One, we're dealing with a mindset issue. When someone is used to doing things a certain way, it's not a switch of a button that they will change immediately. So there are some farmers who believe you can't plant without tilling the land. So we need to first show them that it's not true. Still crops can grow on a field that is not tilled. So that's really the main problem we're dealing with. But in addition to that, there are also some challenges, certainly, that are practical challenges. Challenge number one that farmers tell us is residue management. How do I plant in a field that is covered with residue? Okay? So that has been a challenge that farmers face, and so residue management is another issue that we are trying to show the farmers how to address. If you, for example, when we are harvesting maize in a CA plot, we don't cut the maize down. We encourage farmers to just remove the maize from the standing stalk. Then after you've removed the maize, you can go in and plant After planting beans, then you can cut the residue and put it on the ground. Or you can lay it down in rows such a way that you have ways to plant in between the rows. So residue management has been another issue that farmers tell us that is one of the reasons why they find it difficult. Reason number 3 is weed management. So really farmers do plow fields because of weeds. That's really one of the main reasons why they plow. But what they don't realize, that whether you plow a field full of weeds, which weeds have already set seeds, you've really done nothing. Actually what you're doing, you're planting the seeds of the weeds. You're removing old weeds and planting new weeds. So our message is simple. The initial seasons should be about weed management. Remove each and every weed before it sets flowers and seed. By doing that, you're reducing the weed population, and there's no other reason why you should weed. I mean, I've showed you pictures where we have no weeds. You can easily go in and pull one weed or two. And to get there, it took us a couple of seasons of doing more than twice weeding a maize field. So we would clean the field up to the last day when we harvest. The tendency is farmers weed twice. The moment this maize or beans are almost mature, they never step in there for another month until they go into harvest. What we don't realize, that weeds have also adopted to our practices, and you don't see weeds setting flowers at the time of first and second weeding. Weeds set flowers the moment the farmer leaves that field. Between the last weeding and the harvesting, that's when you're going to see lots of weeds in the field. Because the weeds are also biological organisms that they adopt to nature. How you treat them, they also adopt similarly. So because of that, we need to show them the science that you need to manage the weeds before they set flowers. Otherwise, plowing will never, ever get rid of weeds. If it was the case, our forefathers would have helped us get off the weeds the day they started plowing, but it hasn't happened. The fourth reason, it's us, the extensionists. And that's the reason for this meeting. We need really to understand the science, and then we need to speak the same language to farmers. So sometimes we may be the cause of confusion instead of being the facilitator. So we should also consider ourselves as part of that reason why adoption is lower than what we think. The second question, maybe if I can finish those questions that were asked to me, what does the data show in terms of yield, difference between CA and conventional farming? Now, I think sometimes we take the simplistic view of saying CA field should produce higher than convention. It's not the case always. But I can guarantee you, CA fields are going to produce sustainably or longer than a plowed field. Or, the first benefit is in cost saving. Benefit number one between CA and conventional farming is you reduce costs. So even if I produce the same volume as somebody who has done convention, but my production cost is lower, my benefits are certainly higher. So the benefits I showed you, remember I have not showed you any number regarding yield, and that was intentional, because the immediate benefits are going to be realized in cost saving more than yield increase. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, the representative of World Food Program, for the second question.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe before I touch the second question, I want to supplement on what Dr. Nzaramba has said on the data. Actually, when you combine CA with good agronomic practices, CA beats the convention very quickly. If you did it only CA as principles, it takes longer. And the reason I'm saying combining it with good agronomic practices, that is where the food security comes in. We want the benefits for soil and the environment, but we need to feed people today. So the convention is going to lack the benefits of protecting the soil, is going to be more expensive in terms of the labor and all that. So when you bring the benefits of CA, because it's going to be long term, and bring in the good agronomic practices, that combination really does it. And we've seen that and it connects to the question Fabrice has asked me, why you've been promoting the FTMA. He's saying is a project called Farmer to Market Alliance, where we've been into supporting cooperatives, over 400 cooperatives, 120,000 smallholder farmers, trying to connect them to different markets and supporting post-harvest handling. And he's mentioned that we also promoted good agronomic practices, including inorganic fertilizer. So he's like, farmers are so much into inorganic fertilizer, how are you going to do the transition? I want to start with the point that we are not saying that we are getting rid of inorganic fertilizer. We are saying conservation agriculture is making it more efficient and is bringing in more practices that make it more effective rather than causing more challenges. As Dr. Nzarambe said, when you use it in proper doses, it doesn't pollute, rather than it helps the plant to produce. So what we are saying is it's a journey. And how did we join the track? We are into supporting the government in achieving food security targets. And I want to also mention that when people hear WFP for the first time, they hear refugees, which is okay. They hear disaster interventions. But we are also thinking, how do we intervene before even the disasters? Why don't we support for farmers to have the capacity to be resilient? Because it also becomes more effective rather than coming when there is a drought or there is a flood and intervene. It's even more costly than intervening in providing resilience even before that. So lastly, what I can say is when we found out conservation agriculture, we realized actually this would be a very good addition to the package we are giving our farmers. So we did a proof of concept. We did a pilot with over 6,000 smallholder farmers in 5 districts: Kayonza in the east, Rutsiro, Karongi in the west, and I'm happy to see the directors of agronomists here, and Nyamagabe and Nyaruguru as a proof of concept. So we tried it out, and surprisingly, it was working. We are like, we have to support more this, and that's how we came on board to add on this important approach that makes other approaches even more functional, more sustainable, and more productive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard, for answering well the questions. It seems that now we have a common or a shared understanding of what we mean by conservation agriculture, and I could witness that by seeing people raising hands to give comment, to ask questions, and so on. But since time is not flexible to us, allow me to close this discussion by thanking the expert panelists for dedicating their time to discuss about this topic. Thank you so much also, audience, for having us and also for hearing us and sharing your perception about conservation agriculture. Thank you so much.
A hand clap for Dr. Judith. Now, allow me to allow you guys to go for a quick coffee break. I know you want to stretch your legs just a little bit. Those who want to use the washroom, you'll just go to your left. The washroom, just for reminders, the ladies is extreme to my right, and then the gents is a few steps from there to the left of the ladies. Please feel free to go for a coffee break, exchange those business cards, pitch those businesses as well as much as possible. Also, I would like to ask protocol to help us move the chairs, and I would like to invite a few people to stay behind for a quick group photo. Reminder, the coffee break is just going to be 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Thank you very much. So the following people, please stay behind for a quick photo. Start with the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture, the Rwanda Agriculture Board representative, that's the Deputy Director General, Florence, the Director General, Dr. Patrick Karangwa, please also stay behind. RICA, Executive Leadership, should stay behind for this photo. The two representatives from MCC, that's one of our panelists, Mr. Pujeni and Laura. World Food Program, starting the three representatives for World Food Program, Mr. Banyoli, Mr. Richards, and Mrs. Sarah. Please stay behind for this quick photo. Enjoy the coffee.
At Raw and Forage, we focus on production of row crops and also forage crops. Our row crops include maize, soybean, common beans, sorghum, and wheat. For forages, we do boma rods, and we also have alfalfa, which is commonly known as lucerne. Within Raw and Forage, we produce animal feeds from our crops which we harvest from the field. We have a facility which we can do production of grinding and mixing of animal feeds. Our students participate in land preparation, planting, management of weeds, insects, pests, and diseases. They also conduct irrigation systems. They fix sprinklers and the pivots, and they also participate in harvesting. They participate in processing of our produce, and they assist us in marketing our products. Raw and Forage enterprise is important to RICA students because we give them necessary skills for producing food crops to improve food production in the country and nutrition. And besides that, students also gain skills in different ways of producing forage crops, different ways of preservation and utilization, so that they can improve the livestock industry. These skills are going to be important for them in future when they start their own enterprises.
Of those three main components.
Conservation agriculture is a series of different farming practices that, when implemented together, benefit soil health and farm productivity. To learn more, visit RICA's website at rica.rw.
Cover crops help to maintain the soil cover, especially those plants are planted same time or after planting the main crop. And they not only help to maintain moisture or to keep the moisture of the soil, but also certain of those crops, they can fix nitrogen and other nutrients in the soil. And the main role of the cover crop is to improve soil health. by maintaining or keeping moisture on the soil, but also whenever those plants die, they will also be a source of different nutrients for the main crop or the upcoming crop that we want to plant on our field. So for example, for Rwanda, the main cover crop that we have been trying different, but certain of those that we can recommend farmers these days, we can talk about like mukuna, bush mukuna. It does not only provide nutrient to the crop, but also it can be alternative for farmers who are also raising livestock. They can leave certain part for improving the soil health, but also to feed their animals. And we can talk about Canavaria, Desmodium. We have a different crop species that can work, but it also depends on the main crop that has been planted on the field.
Conservation agriculture is a series of different farming practices that, when implemented together, benefit soil health and farm productivity. To learn more, visit RICA's website at rica.rw.
I'm Thérèse Marie Konda. I'm a RICA student pursuing conservation agriculture and specializing in mechanization and irrigation, and I'm currently interning here at NICO as a mechanization, irrigation and extension intern. So as part of my internship, what we mostly do is help the farmers grow the crops from the beginning, as in from farm to plate. We help them prepare the land, we help them get the inputs they need, be it the fertilizers, the seeds, and then we advise them along the way. And also because we are doing conservation agriculture, we help them understand more the principles of conservation agriculture. Why is it needed compared to conventional tillage? Because we're living in this environment and we want to protect it. We also help them sell their produce because they need the help to get the produce to the market. So basically that's it. Spend time with them from the beginning of the crop production till they get the food on the plate. So my future plans, I have a lot of them. Many things that I look forward to do, because agriculture is it's not composed of one thing. But then again, I want to do extension as much as I can, because I love working with farmers and I love helping them. Starting from the place we're here at NICO, this is an impact of agriculture. If you talk to farmers around here, they'll tell you how this project have transformed their lives. So yes, it's a career that's where you can make an impact, and a great impact.
Conservation agriculture is a set of practices aimed at improving soil health, rebuilding soil health where it needs to be rebuilt, improving soil health where there is minimal health, and conserving it. The first starting message or practice is don't disturb the soil as much as you can. Of course, that depends on the kind of crop you're going to grow. So it's trying and minimize soil disturbance. And why that is important is when you do that, when you plow the land, you're really affecting it, the soil structure and soil integrity, and exposing it to depletion. So that's the first step. The next key activity is trying to put back as much nutrients into the soil as you've taken out. So when you harvest, when you exploit the soil to give you yield, it also comes at a cost of the soil giving up its nutrients. So then you need to find, there are different practices you have to do to put back some of the nutrient that you've taken. And an example is taking back the residue. So whatever part of the plant that is not harvestable, or whatever part of the plant that is not the economic part, should be taken back to the soil and in the exact place where you took it. And then next is, now you start going into crop rotations. Which crop do I plant after which to maintain or to produce more biomass and more residue, and make sure that I maintain the soil structure, at the same time put back as much nutrients as I can. So those are the three key elements, but there are certainly more sub-practices associated to each of those three main components.
Conservation agriculture is a series of different farming practices that, when implemented together, benefit soil health and farm productivity. To learn more, visit RICA's website at rica.rw.
In this vegetable and fruit crops enterprise, RICA students learn how to produce and how to harvest, how to market and sell. They also learn the economics of doing business in crops, these crops, fruits and vegetables. When students learn from this enterprise, they can contribute to the transformation of Rwandan agriculture after their graduation, because we teach them how to produce without harming the environment, for example. We teach them how to use conservation agriculture. So when they go there, we teach them how to produce safe food and how to make the business profitable. So I believe when they go there, start the business in this industry, they can contribute to the economy of this country by increasing production. We need to fight against the food insecurity. So they can increase the production and produce quality crops, because we focus a lot on the safety of the food they produce. I believe if they go there, they practice what we teach them here, they can contribute a lot to the transformation of this agriculture industry in Rwanda. This vegetable and fruit crops enterprise is important for RICA students because it introduces them to the
Guys, let's come back. Let's come back. Let's come back for another session. Please, protocol, could you help us bring people back? Good morning. Good morning. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back to part 2 of 3 of the first ever National Conservation Agriculture Symposium. If you use any social media platforms, X, Twitter, don't know if people still call it Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, please feel free to share, X, retweet, check out the RICA account, and share about your experience at this first ever National Conservation Agricultural Symposium. Now, without any further ado, I want us to quickly dive into the next part of our agenda. And it's going to be an interesting conversation. Just a quick reminder that if you need interpretation devices, please put up your hand. There are gentlemen and ladies in blue with the RICA badge on their t-shirts. They will be helpful. And our next session is going to be, it's going to have part of it in Kinyarwanda. So for those who don't understand Kinyarwanda or English, please, the translation devices are available to you. So allow me to invite our next speaker, who's going to set the pace for the panel session. Dr. Florence Uwamahoro. She is the Deputy Director General in charge of Agriculture Development at the Rwanda Agriculture Board, and she is going to be presenting on sharing experiences and best practices. That's going to set the pace for the next conversation. Thank you.
Morning. Morning. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning again. I'm glad to be here today, and I want to again highlight or emphasize on this important symposium that it is coming at the right time now that we are embarking to the PSTR 5 implementation and having it with climate resilience in its overall theme. It means something. It means we are thinking more into producing food, making food available, but making sure that environmental footprints that are left behind are well maintained. So my presentation is just focusing on these 5 key highlights, but I want to have just this introduction of the key. What is the country size we have? How many people do we have? The size is very small, which we all know. The population is increasing, almost 14 million now. And looking at the agricultural land, it's really small, 1.4 million hectare. And the agriculture workforce remains really higher, for 64.5% of the workforce. And then the share to the GDP is 25 as this last year, 2024. Of course, the contribution to the national export is 34%, but looking at the food security aspect, we still have a long way to go. We have 83% food secure household. And this is where all the efforts, all the activities, all we are discussing here need to address this issue, increasing the level of household that are food secure, having 100% of Rwandans food secured, and then increasing the level, producing surplus for export. The opportunities that are there now, of course, to advance conservation agriculture, they start with the RICA framework. We have the national policies that support agriculture development, that supports conservation agriculture, especially now in PSTR 5, the PSTR 5 that was launched recently, that covers the area and the targets in the PSTR 5, or 100,000 hectares that need to be used with conservation agriculture practices. It's a milestone. Now we have the RICA framework, and we have the target to reach the vision of 2050, and we have the target, of course, to implement the national strategy for transformation, and we have also the national agriculture policy in place to help us to do much better the practices, agricultural practices that we implement now can be implemented because we have this national agriculture policy that allows us to do scientific research that provides scientific evidence that bring solutions to the community, and of course, at the end, have sustainable food systems. Looking at the opportunities that are there, we have, in addition to the policy framework, of course, we are all here because we are partners, we are collaborators, especially now, specifically on conservation agriculture. Having everyone here on board, all the actors in conservation agriculture, we are implementers, we are beneficiaries, and at the end of the day, we are the champion, the pioneers of conservation agriculture. Being pioneers of conservation agriculture, we know the weaknesses that we have, we know the strength that we have, but we also know where we want to go. That's why with this symposium, which is really commendable, coming now, and of course we all want it not to end now, like this year, but we want it regular, a platform for all stakeholders to sit, to harmonize, to understand together what we are going to take to the community. Conservation agriculture is one, but the way everyone speaks about it is diverse. So we need to understand how we are communicating this, the components of conservation agriculture that we are going to preach to our farmers. Of course, when we bring so many or contradicting information to the farmers, they would know, we all know, they choose what they see work. So I want to call upon everyone not to think, well, they are moving what I want. We are all pioneers of conservation agriculture. And we know, having scientific evidences, having research results, Dr. Ndambe have presented it all. You've seen the differences. You've seen the wonders. So now that we have, we see that this work, let's please work together to harmonize what we communicate, and then we take this to the farmers. And the farmers, they believe when they see something working. Working with the, as Minagri and Lab, we've been working with the Bridge to Rwanda to scale, to disseminate conservation agriculture practices through the existing channels of extension services. It means what? Every season, before we start a season, starting from 2023 A season, we've been having a training of extensionists. Those are district agronomists and champion farmers. An agronomist come with a farmer to champion the conservation agriculture. They are trained together, they go back together, they implement what they learn, and then they also disseminate the practices to fellow farmers. This slide shows the numbers that have been reached in this partnership. In 2023 A season, we've reached 255 extensionists and champion farmers. Those are from across the country. In season 2024A, the number increased to 911. But this 911 includes both our district and sector agronomists and the champion farmers, because they are the ones who are going to implement what we learn. And then the agronomists are there to support, but also agronomists are also, implementing this demonstration plot for conservation agriculture. In this season 25A, a total of 1,144 extension and champion farmers have also been trained at central level and at the district level, and then these are going to the village level or to the cell level to train farmer promoters. As you know, the extension services and that we get Muhins, we have farmer promoters and we have FFS facilitators. These champion farmers becomes the FFS facilitators, and then they train the fellow farmer promoters at the village level. So at least this season 2025A, we have been able to champion conservation agriculture until the village level. And in total now, we have demonstration plots across the country, 3,500 more, and above 3,500 demonstration plot established across the country during this season 2025A to promote conservation. In this dissemination and promotion of conservation agriculture, there are key components that we use, of course, to measure how this promotion and the dissemination of conservation agriculture to the lowest level of the administrative unit. This is measured especially through the number of demonstration plots. I'm taking you through the demonstration plots established across different districts, and the number of farmers reached by the extensionists, the number of cells where the demonstration plots have reached, and the yield for the crops. I want to highlight that for every demonstration plot for conservation agriculture is established, there is also another plot nearby demonstrating the good agricultural practices, the conventional practices, so that a farmer can see this is a demo for conservation agriculture, this is the one in conventional farming, what is the difference? And it starts from land preparation, good agricultural practice, farming practices, and until harvesting. We harvest the both, and then we see the yield, and the farmers can see the difference. Of course, there are already success stories. Dr. Ndambe have mentioned so many of them. we have already existing model farms that champions this conservation agriculture. We have this place where we are now. We have Bridge to Rwanda, has several other places where they demonstrate, they implement conservation agriculture. We have National Irrigation Cooperative, which everyone, people who are visiting the country, most of them are going to the scheme in Naiko because it's a good model, a must-see for everyone to see the wonders of conservation agriculture in the hand of the farmers. Because here, this is a research institution, an academic institution. So Naiko, the difference is that Naiko is in the hand of the farmers. So when you see it in the hand of the farmers, you see that it is first of all, it's possible conservation agriculture can change. First of all, it minimizes production cost. Second, the soil health is improved. The yield improved. So when the farmers see this in their hand, close to them, they implement it. In the lab station, we've also established demonstration plot for conservation agriculture, and we are expanding the area until all the stations, all our stations will be prepared and done under conservation agriculture. That's the way to go. With these trainings that we've been undertaking with the Bridge to Rwanda, I wanted to highlight key achievements so far made. This season 2025A, in the northern province, we've trained 20,164 farmers. This is 4 times the farmers that we are trained in the previous year. The number of sales means that we are decentralizing the demonstration plot for conservation agriculture until the lowest administrative level, which is the village. But here we want to, with this season, we expect to see how many sales have conservation agriculture demonstration plots. Those are the ones that we've visited, and we've seen that they are there, they are operational, they have been done the right way. Out of 414 sales across the country, across the province, 202 have a demonstration plot for conservation agriculture, and the plots, demonstration plot established are 731 in the total. For the northern province, many crops that were used for conservation agriculture practices and maize, beans, and these are the summary of the numbers per district, per sectors, then the number of the sales with established demo plots are 202, and then the sale, the total number of plots established are 731, and the farmers reached through this demonstration plot, of course, that visited the demonstration plot to learn are 20,169%. The percentage of demo plot establishment in the overall sales in the northern province is 48%. It's a work in progress, but the target is to reach all the sales and all the sectors. We have demonstration plots established in those sales. Coming to the eastern province, with the Bridge to Rwanda again, we've trained 23,230, and the Bridge to Rwanda have deployed champions of conservation agriculture that are deployed in different districts to support this implementation of demonstration plot and the promotion of conservation agriculture. The number of sales with the conservation agriculture demo plots in the eastern province are 2020, and the total demonstration plot established are 995. In the eastern province, we've focused mainly on 2 crops, but with time will increase to all the priority crops. These are the same numbers, the total numbers per districts and then per sales. What I want to highlight here is that this number out of the total sales in the Eastern Province, 48% have demonstration plot established for conservation agriculture, and the total demonstration plot established are 777. The same in the Southern Province. This, I want to highlight this because it shows that demonstration, promotion of conservation agriculture, scaling of conservation agriculture should not be for one area, not the other. But we want to promote it across the country until all the farmers are able to access the technology close to them. They see it, they believe it, and then they implement it. This is the same in the Western Province. I want to highlight these photos. Were taken from Rabu Station in Tamila. That's in Duaf District, where we are also putting in demonstration plot for conservation agriculture, where the farmers in the neighborhood come and learn from implementation of conservation agriculture. And we are grateful for RICA because they visited the station and they've accompanied the managers of the stations to implement the conservation agriculture practices. With this demonstration plot established, as I said, we have a conservation agriculture plot, and then we have a conventional agriculture plot. And when the time of harvesting comes and we assess the yield, this is one of the photos that was taken when the farmer was comparing the maize harvested in conventional agriculture plot and the maize cobs that were harvested from climate smart conservation agriculture plot. How can we scale this technology? Because everyone here agree with me, that's the way to. Conservation agriculture is the way to go. We have the soil that we need to protect. We have to minimize production cost while achieving more production cost. We have sustainable land that our grandchildren, our children and grandchildren will need to use. If we don't use it properly and efficiently, we don't protect it, then these children of ours and the grandchildren who will come later, they won't have land to use. One of the key aspects is this platform to increase the awareness among ourselves. What is being the results of research? What Dr. Ndambe have presented. The results, scientific evidences are there. Now these scientific evidences are guiding us on how we structure the extension materials that we are taking to the farmers. We align on the content that we are taking to our fellow farmers. So one is the increasing awareness, and it has started with the demo plots that we've established. It has started with bringing conservation agriculture in the National Agriculture Show. I think it's been now the second year that conservation agriculture is being demonstrated in the National Agriculture Show. And when you see how everyone see, and they will say, wow. It means now we need to continue increasing the awareness and reach as many farmers as possible, but with a clear content. The other thing, we have some cooperative, cooperative or big farms like Naiko that have already championed or have already implemented conservation agriculture. We shouldn't stop there. Now in the promotion of conservation agriculture with the districts every season, we have been able to reach around 60 agricultural cooperatives to at least with the conservation agriculture practices. But we need to increase, especially the conservation agriculture in the large area, this consolidated land or food basket sites and large-scale farmers to be able to produce more and feed the population. We need also to strengthen research. Dr. Ndambe have shown the results of the research. We need to move more and see how, depending on the local context, depending on the farming context, depending on the socio-economic context of the farmers, how do we package the content that can help to champion conservation agriculture, having research-based evidence. The previous speakers have mentioned it, and I want to highlight this, that study tours. We have this conservation agriculture campus. We have the other model farms that are out there for conservation agriculture. Now it's our turn to bring the farmers from who are not able to access information or to be, who are not well acquainted with the conservation agriculture, and take them to the model, these model farms for conservation agriculture, so that they see, they believe, and they go implement. I highlighted again harmonizing the content that we are taking to the farmers. I know we've been working with several stakeholders, but this platform, let's align on the content that we are taking to the farmers for conservation agriculture. It is also very important to include conservation agriculture practices to the academic programs, as the conservation agriculture was also included into the national strategy for agriculture transformation. We need also to include this in the academic programs, especially the TVETs that have agriculture in their portfolio, in the university with agriculture, that these graduates that are becoming the agronomists or future farmers or farmers growers. So it's very important that this be captured in the academic programs. It is also important to promote practices. When we meet with the farmers, the first thing, and I think Dr. Ndambe have mentioned it, is about how we get matching for these conservation agriculture practices. Of course, the crop residues are there, but we all know that there is competition for these crop residues, for animal feed, for composting, and so on. So now, it's also a good opportunity to see other alternatives, including agroforestry trees on the soil edges, on the field edges, and then introducing the live mulch into our farms to make sure that we have at least sufficient soil cover or enough soil cover for much availability for soil cover. Of course, there is also need to increase, as I said before, the way to go for in lab stations is to increase, to use all area and lab stations to produce it under conservation agriculture. Because we've believed it, we've understood it, and so many farmers look at us and they want to see it in our own field. So we started with demonstration plot, but we are expanding the area for conservation agriculture. And I want to highlight this also in academic institutions and other research institutions to have demonstration plot, farms with the conservation agriculture practices, so that we reach out to the audience that comes to us. How can the government create an enabling environment? First of all, is supporting policies, the policies that support the conservation agriculture. And as you've seen in the national, the strategy for agriculture transformation this year, this version is including the targets. It means the targets for increasing conservation agriculture practices, because the ministry understands that conservation agriculture is the best practice that helps not only to increase productivity, but also to sustain the soils that will feed us in the future. The second one is to promote research on conservation agriculture practices, because as Dr. Ndambe said, without research findings, and we all believe we improve the practices that we disseminate to the farmers based on research findings. So the role of the government and partners, research institutions, is to increase the research that guides the evidences and the promotion of conservation agriculture practices. Of course, the government also, the role of the government is to foster collaboration between research institutions, between collaborators and private sector. I want to highlight that yesterday we were in a meeting organized by the World Bank. A few people in the meeting were there, in the room here were there, discussing climate smart agriculture investment plan and engaging, most importantly, the private sector. We all know that conservation agriculture is part of the climate smart agriculture. So this investment plan is looking at how the different investments that are being collected, mobilized, are also responding to the need under conservation agriculture and the climate smart agriculture. Establishing a demonstration plot is what we are doing, and we will continue to do that with all stakeholders, and I think everyone here understands the need to get the technology and the practices to the farmers at farm level. Again, providing resources, be it for research, be it for extension, and be it for further consultations or further collaboration with stakeholders. There is also need from the government to put in place the coordination mechanism of all actors involved, and how we are all aligning what we do with the overall concept of conservation. As a conclusion, there is an increasing demand. The farmers adopting conservation agriculture, they are increasing. So what we need to do is just to continue joining our efforts to reach to more farmers as much as we can, to join our efforts to align on the content that we are taking to the farmers based on scientific findings, then lastly, to ensure that the practices that we are taking to the farmers is, of course, responding to their benefits that they expect from farming. That's increasing productivity. That's also helping them to cope with the vulnerability to climate change. So here we need more consolidated effort, and this forum is one of a kind that needs to be regularly taken, implemented, to make sure that we are aligning and have one understanding of conservation agriculture practices, and how can we not duplicate what we are doing, but instead just expand the area to reach to more farmers in the country. I want again to thank the organizers of this event, RICA, the funding agents, Mennonite Central Committee, the World Food Program, the Ministry of Agriculture, of course, it's our responsibility, Lab and the Bridge to Rwanda, among others, the districts, they are here present. The farmers, you are here present. You are our heroes. Everything we do is for you to feed back us. So please, let's thank everyone for being here today, and we want to be here not like we came in the morning, but having an added value, an added understanding, a good understanding of conservation Thank you so much.
Another hand clap for Dr. Florence Wamahoro. Quite a lot of information being shared. In case you did register earlier, please, there are some papers that will be moved around by the protocol team. Please do register. This is going to be happening much more often, so you don't want to miss out on the information being shared with you. Another announcement, if you are next to a journal that's written on Oxfam, please bring it to me or give it to any of the protocol staff. Someone has lost their really prized journal. They have misplaced it, not lost it, they've misplaced it. So please look around you and share that. Without any further ado, I'm going to our next presentation. Unfortunately, I'm going to give this gentleman only 10 minutes from the agreed 15. It's going to be perspectives from the African continent. We're going to take lessons from elsewhere. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Kofi Boa from the Center for No-Till Agriculture, Ghana. Akwaba.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody here. We've listened to perspectives from home. We're going to go global, and more importantly, narrow it to Africa, and we'll be back home in Rwanda. So, sharing experiences and best practices from across the continent. Well, the history of improved agriculture has basically been the history of tillage. Because cleaning the field, working it to plant whatever, has spread through both smallholder and the large-scale farming. And we have lived with that for a very long time. Fortunately for us, throughout the period, a lot of things have happened. We're home, let's forget about the Dust Bowl of the 1930s in the US and come closer. See, within a period between 1960 and 2000, no tillage investigations have been going on across the globe. But within the same period, there have been some scaling up in several places. And we are very proud to say that 2 of the countries in Africa have been involved from the onset. And these were Zambia and South Africa. So as I go, you get to hear, you got to see that we have not been left behind. We have been involved in several initiatives, but then why do we continue to stand where we are as far as the adoption of conservation agriculture is concerned? So if we're looking through to the transition from no tillage to conservation agriculture, what really happened was that with all those investigations, it was realized that no tillage per se was not helping so much. And that is where a lot of people have faltered. And that is where we have had the heretics hitting so hard at us, because there wasn't clear understanding. And it is so surprising that people thought that just planting on the bare ground without tilling was what we were referring to. And I say it's surprising because back in my home, anytime we're talking about no tillage, the idea was that planting on an untilled field completely covered with mulch. And so it's so surprising to some of us that it never got started that way. And so what happened is that because the responses were not so good, a whole lot of things happened. And between these 1970 and 97, a lot of experiences had been gathered to clearly define the components of sustainable no-tillage, which was then termed conservation agriculture. And this was started by the Latin American Network for Conservation Tillage, which now is the Latin American Network for Conservation Agriculture. But the unique thing in there was that in FAO adopted this and described sustainable production systems. Following from that, and that is where Africa showed up seriously again. The first ever regional workshop on conservation agriculture happened on the African continent. That was in Harare, Zimbabwe. And everybody here is talking about, not just here, all over the world, we're talking about the three basic principles. And people are talking about semantics, talking about regenerative agriculture, talking about all that. And I stand here and say that for all those concepts, and that is why you heard it coming up here that it is CA+. And really, all those concepts are CA+. The reality is that the functional principle of all those concepts is conservation agriculture. And so it was at this time that the three interlinked principles of conservation agriculture were formulated, defined by FAO on the African continent. And it was at that time that the African Conservation Tillage Network, with the headquarters in Nairobi, was launched. So there is so much tied to Africa in this revolution. There have, between 2001 and 2003, just recently, over all these 22, 23 or so years, there have been 9 World Congresses on Conservation Agriculture, and we are proud to say that 2 of them have happened within this short period all over the world on the African continent, Nairobi and Johannesburg. So, emphasizing that we have not been left behind in all these initiatives. The global spread of conservation agriculture, looking through the data, tells you that between 2008 and 2009, we have had annually an increase of 10 million hectares going on. But what has been the share from Africa? So, looking at the region, we are seeing that across the world, up until 2019, we had about 205 million hectares under conservation agriculture. What is the share of Africa here? Just 1.5%, 3.1 million hectares. So what is happening? We are so vulnerable to the extremities of climate change. We have very narrow safety nets. And with all these initiatives, what have we done in terms of taking advantage of all these opportunities happening on our continent? Certain things are not working right. So, let's come home to Africa. What are we seeing? We are here, highlighting home, Rwanda. As at that time, 2009, where were we? Looking at our landscape and getting to appreciate that we needed the most to complement the terraces that are going on. how much can we boast of? Just 250 hectares at that time. But we all should be very happy. Listening to the presentations, and more especially taking it from Madam Florence. There is so much hope. There is so much happening. And so we need to commit ourselves to meeting the 100,000 hectare by 2029. And I say it can happen. Looking at what is happening here in Rwanda now, and looking at the support from the top, we have been struggling in Africa because we have not had that much indications of support that we are having here in Rwanda now. I have followed conservation agricultural development across the continent for a very long time, and I never see what is happening here happening anywhere. So, still touching on a lot of things that have happened in Africa and lamenting on why we are still so low in terms of adoption. Looking at, we heard Dr. Ndambi and all the others talking about the benefits, the value, and all these initiatives have happened. What have we done? So we are talking about the African Conservation Tillage Network. We're talking about adaptability of agriculture in Africa at COP22. Sustainable African Mechanization, a partnership between African Union and FAO, focusing on Africa. We have had the conservation for markets, Komako, championing the cause of conservation in Zambia, just the same as CFU, Conservation Farming Unit in Zambia. So much happening, but then what is the problem? FAO technical cooperation projects all over the continent on CA. And we have had several international development organizations supporting that. And we can even single out the Howard G. Buffett Foundation. All that has happened, helping to support the creation of the Center for No-Till Agriculture. We are all witnessing the support that we are having here in Rwanda, following from the creation of RICA, the support at national and other places. And not just that, even before that. Look, all these have been projects supported by this single foundation across Africa. And so, what is happening? One would have thought that we would have taken advantage of all these initiatives to move from where we are now. So, it doesn't have to be like that from now. So, what has happened is that, well, you ask people and they tell you the jump from 0.5 in 0.5 in 2008, 2009 to 3.1 in 2018 and 2019. I mean, within a span of about 11 years. Seems good. But what we have to tell ourselves with a lot of emphasis is that we are still awaiting our biggest jump. And all of us should be committed to that. We cannot stay where we are now when it comes to the development and promotion of conservation agriculture across the continent, starting from the individual countries. Yes. So, experiences across the continent, and I have been involved. I have done so much looking at what is happening there. And if we are to come home, where I'm talking about, we are still waiting our biggest jump. We want to see that starting from Rwanda, because it is very unique today, and we all know it. But just to re-echo it, we showed a picture here where Rwanda is sitting in the middle of countries that have had initiatives long before we started here in Rwanda. I have been involved in things in Burundi, down south. We go to the West DRC, South Kivu, North Kivu, Maniema, all those areas with CRS, the foundation supporting conservation agri projects there. What has happened? Now we go to the north. Cross to Uganda. Between Uganda and the South Sudan border, the Action Against Hunger supported to do all that. Tanzania, you go to the South Uruguru Mountains, and then conservation agriculture, getting in there, starting. All these initiatives have been in place to the exclusion of Rwanda. But we have our share now. If you go to all those places, there are several places you cannot even smell the ghost of conservation agriculture. And we're going to look at what has happened. Take note from that, and we don't repeat that in Rwanda. Unfortunately, from the previous speakers, more especially from Madam Florence, I'm so convinced and so happy in my heart that those things that we saw in those places are not going to happen here. And that is very hopeful for us in Rwanda. So, what has happened is that the experiences of CA take-up in Africa have been very diverse. Now, most of these, about 95%, have been driven by donors and international organizations. This has been very helpful, but this is also where we have had the biggest problems. What you realize, if we go back, what we realize is that most of these organizations in development now were in relief, coming to support whenever there was disaster. And therefore, they had ambitious targets. I mean, if there was disaster and we needed to just distribute blankets, within a week, they could distribute 1 million blankets because you get a fleet of vehicles going loaded with blankets and just distributing. If we needed to drop biscuits from the air, the helicopters were doing that. Just go on the road and drop rice, bags of rice. And so you see, they were able to achieve those huge targets within very short periods. Unfortunately for us, when a lot of the organizations came off relief and came into development, several of them came into helping in instituting sustainable production systems. But the problem was that they came with those huge targets, more especially in conservation agriculture. And that is where you see that a 2 to 3 year project, the target was to reach out to 38,000 farm families within 2-3 years. And so the development and promotion of conservation agriculture was reduced to just like the game of hop, step, and jump. In the game of hop, step, and jump, you do it and you never look back. The very moment you slip, you have failed and you are disqualified. But in conservation agriculture, all that we have, and it has come up repeatedly, it is very new in several environments. It's a change of mindset, it's a change of processes, and so you cannot just hit it and be going without looking back. And because projects needed to achieve the targets, those huge targets, there was never any looking back. But the key is that looking back in terms of technical backstopping is so important, because as we go, we need to look back to look at what is happening, and we have to know that conservation agriculture is within the natural agricultural, the natural production systems. And nature is very dynamic, very much dynamic and complex. And within the complexities of the dynamics and within the dynamics and the complexities of natural systems, you just don't come here, close your eyes, and continue to go. You look back and try to backstop the farmers, and that is why it is so important involving the national agricultural system to such an extent that it stays forever. For as long as the nation survives, the national agricultural system survives. And so if we're able to route this through the national systems, then we have a sustainable system operating. Yeah, so we also had limitations in terms of duration. Several of the FAO projects were technical cooperation projects lasting 18 months. And what can you do in terms of changing the mindset of the people? You have taught people to work, children to work this way, and they have grown with it. Can you change them within 18 months to work upright? No. And so you require a lot of time, effort to undo what is wrong. And so the ambitious targets and then the limited project duration, these two have been stumbling blocks in us moving forward. And so if we are not seeing the acreages, if we are not seeing the improvement, the jump, these are some of the reasons happening. There are several of them, but these are things that cut across everywhere. But then when we come to the national level, we also have the blame to share. Because it has become very sensational, we have had several organizations, local organizations, going in, assessing credit, assessing grant from places, and instituting conservation and projects. It's happening everywhere. But what do we see? And this is where the danger lies. We have several people at the forefront who are so knowledgeable in the theory of conservation agriculture, but not the least in the practice. And you ask yourself, how many of us at the forefront are practitioners, are farmers, practicing what we are preaching? Very few. And so all that we're doing is offering knowledge to the practitioners, the vulnerable smallholder farmers out there. Now, if all we know is theory, all we can do is to stand in front of people in the conference room with air conditions and everything going, giving them tea, giving them whatever, and just showing pictures, showing what to do, when we ourselves cannot do it on our own with our fingers. So the time has come for us as frontliners to bring knowledge to practice. Otherwise, the movement will continue to stall. This is what is happening in several African countries. So the underlying thing is for us to be able to bring knowledge to practice on our own so that we can demonstrate similarly to the farmers for them to understand and take it. And this is where I say that all over Africa, and I keep saying it everywhere I get the opportunity, we are looking at you here in Rwanda, more especially with the creation of RICA. And my Vice Chancellor is here. You can re-echo it that what are we doing? We are growing a crop of innovators. And when we have done that, what do we expect from the system? And that is also a big challenge to you, the young girls and boys, that Africa is looking at Rwanda and Rwanda is looking up to you. What is gratifying is that I see support from the top, and I will be very happy to hear one day that a group of you guys have come together. You have been able to access support from the government. You are doing it big to show to the whole world that Africa, we can do it. So, the other problem that has to be, and before I go to that, this is where we also have to be very careful, because if we send wrong signals, if we are not able to engage with the farmers in the way that they get to see, they get to appreciate what to do and do right, we are going to be sending messages, recommendations that would definitely backfire. And when we have done that, we will lose faith. The farmers will not listen to us and will continue to be where we are. This is what has happened in several places. There are places around the continent where, I don't know for what reason or the other, people are digging the soil, bringing in mulch just to cover and tell people we're doing CA. No way. We're not doing it. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have problems, and that will be attributed to the technology. So all that I'm saying is that for us frontliners, those of us that are engaging with the farmers, that are doing the training, and those that are carrying the message to the farmers, let us get it right and be able to do it, be skillful enough to bring knowledge to practice. One of the biggest issues is the lack of mainstreaming. And I'm very happy that mainstreaming is happening here in Rwanda. The involvement of several stakeholders, and more importantly, the agricultural system. RAB is there, Minagri coming through down to the RAB stations, and look at the number of district agronomists that are here, district directors of agriculture that are here. And that tells you that they are an integral part of this movement. This is not happening in several places. There have been several of these initiatives have been implemented without the full participation of the Ministry of Agriculture. And therefore, when the project ends, and these are short-term projects, when the project ends, what happens? The project dies and dies completely, to such an extent that when the project dies, all the project first up go away, they get out of station, and there is no continuity in terms of engagement with the farmers as far as the principles, the practices, and whatever backstopping is concerned. And so it is so laudable to see what is happening here in Rwanda. And that is why, for me personally, I think that Rwanda would give us a good example to show to the whole continent what is it that we can do. Going around the continent, there are several, there's a whole lot of things happening. We have a seed of best practices spread across the continent. And we're looking at diversification, we're looking at soil management, we're looking at soil conservation, rainwater harvesting, and farmer-managed regeneration. We saw it. There's a whole lot of farmers doing several mixtures, which is so much needed for us in Africa. A whole lot of things are happening. And so, what really happens here is that, to run it off, all I'm saying is that, well, we have learned some lessons. One, CA practices contribute to improve food security and income for farmers. It has come through from all the presenters here. It promotes environmental sustainability and resilience to climate change in Africa. But what I'm adding to it is that none of these practices are entirely new. They have been with us for a very long time. Now, what is new is this. What is relatively new are guidelines on how to use these techniques simultaneously to create synergy and address specific sets of agroecological constraints. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kofi Modasepe. We are due one last conversation, and I promise you guys it's going to be exactly 30 minutes. It's going to be exactly 30 minutes. And this conversation is going to be, this conversation is going to be led by Mrs. Lisa Berra. Yes, please? This conversation is going to be led by Mrs. Lisa Berra. So let's give her a hand clap as she comes to the stage.
Anyway, tugiye kugira ikiganiro mu kinyarwanda kugira ngo nakire abo turi buganire. ngira ngo nakire Gakuba Jonas, umuhinzi uhagarariye abandi muri koperative yo mu cyanya cyuhirwa Kinasho. ngira ngo nakire Jean Paul Munyakazi, akaba ahagarariye urugaga Imbaraga, abahinzi bari guteza imbere ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka. ndagira ngo nakire Nyiramugisha Josiane, uhagarariye PDN, akaba ari n'umuhuzabikorwa ukorana n'abahinzi n'umuryango w'iterambere, ndetse na Venuste Nsabimana, ahagarariye Valve Ag Innovate, akaba ari n'urubyiruko ndetse ari n'umwe mu barangije amashuri yabo hano muri RICA. insanganyamatsiko y'iki kiganiro ni uburyo tujye kuganira ku buryo twumva ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka. murakaza neza rero mu kiganiro. Iki ni igice cy'ingenzi kuko kiri guha ijambo abashyira mu bikorwa ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka umunsi ku wundi. rero icyo twakwifuza cya mbere ni uko twakumva neza ibikora, tukamenya ibitanga umusaruro, ndetse n'uko twateza imbere ubu buhinzi mu buryo bwimbitse kandi bworoshye gushyirwa mu bikorwa. kumenya ibyo turi bushyire mu bikorwa kandi bijyanye n'ubu buhinzi bikaba ari iby'agaciro. ibi biratureba twese uko turi hano, dukurikije aho dukorera, yaba dukorera mu bigo bya leta, yaba turi abashakashatsi, yaba turi abarimu n'abayobozi b'amakaminuza, ndetse n'abandi bafatanyabikorwa bakora mu mishinga y'iterambere. mbere y'uko tutangira ibibazo, ni ngombwa cyane y'uko tuza kuvuga uko dukora ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka muri umunsi ku wundi. rero mbere y'uko dutangira twese tugiye kwivuga, mwatwibwira nanone, noneho mukatubwira no mu ncamake iminota y'ibiri amazina n'icyo mukora n'uburambe mufite muri ubu buhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka. rero twahera kuri Munyakazi.
murakoze cyane. nitwa Jean Paul Munyakazi, ndi umuyobozi mukuru w'urugaga rw'abahinzi n'aborozi bo mu Rwanda Imbaraga. Imbaraga rero ni umuryango w'abahinzi nk'uko amaze kubivuga, ukorera ibikorwa byawo mu gihugu hose, mu turere 27 mu turere 30 tugize igihugu cy'u Rwanda. ukaba rero ufite abanyamuryango 37,000 kandi ari abahinzi b'abanyamwuga. nagira ngo rero nshimire cyane RICA, nshimire Minagri, nshimire PAM badutumiye kugira ngo tugire uruhare natwe dutanga kugira ngo dukore ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka nk'uko bamaze kubivuga. nkasanga rero ari n'inyungu ikomeye ku Mbaraga nk'umuryango w'abahinzi n'aborozi kandi ushaka gukora ubuhinzi mu buryo burambye. nk'uko nari maze kubivuga mu kanya gatambutse, Imbaraga ivuka yari ifite intego yo gukora ubuhinzi bw'umwuga buhesha agaciro uwukora kandi bukihaza mu biribwa, ariko bugasagurira n'amasoko, ariko ku rundi ruhande amasoko meza. mugenzi wacu rero arambajije ati ese ni iki muri mu gukora mu rwego rwo gukora ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka? reka twibukiranye ko igihe isi n'ijuru bikiriho ubuhinzi buzagumaho. icya kabiri, twicaye ahangaha kubera yuko uyu munsi turahari ariko ejo hazaba hari abandi kandi ubutaka bwo ntibuzahinduka. By'umwihariko no ku gihugu cyacu cy'u Rwanda cyo dukorera ni kilometero kari 26,000, ni igihugu gitoya. Ni twe rero dufite inyungu cyane kurenza n'ibindi bihugu byavuzwe ku rwego rwa Afurika mu gukora ubuhinzi bungabunga ibidukikije. Nk'umuryango w'abahinzi nitwe nanone dufite inyungu nini mu byo rero dukora. Icya mbere nagira ngo shimire ko buri munsi leta y'u Rwanda ifata ingamba zitandukanye zigamije gutuma ubuhinzi bugenda buhinduka buba bwiza kurushaho, ariko biranumvikana kubera ko abenegihugu bugenda butunga ni benshi ugereranyije n'abo bwatunga ejo hashize, ni benshi abo tuzatunga ejo hazaza. Birasaba ko dufata ingamba. Nagira ngo kandi shimire abafatanyabikorwa batandukanye. Iyi gahunda yo gukora ubuhinzi bungabunga ubutaka navuga yuko ni nshya mu Rwanda ariko nanone si nshya ku isi. Ubuhinzi abakurambere bacu bakoraga nubwo dukora uyu munsi nanone n'ubuhinzi butandukanye. Ndagira ngo nshimire abo twatangiranye uru rugendo, harimo RICA ikora ubushakashatsi, harimo Minagri ikora za politike zishobora gutuma tuyishyira mu bikorwa, ariko hari n'abandi bafatanyabikorwa wenda batavuze ngaha, harimo nka SNV twatangiranye kino gikorwa, harimo umuryango w'abahinzi wo mu Buholandi witwa Agritera, tubaza igihe kinini kubikora. Twatangije rero buno buhinzi. Icya mbere iyo umuntu avuze ubuhinzi bungabunga ubutaka, kenshi nge nakuva mu buhinzi bukozwe neza ariko bwongera umusaruro.
Turaza kugera mu gusobanura, twahekera ngo duhere cyane kwivuga no kuvuga ibyo dukora mu kanya turinjira.
Urakoze cyane.
Murakoze. Nitwaga kuba Jonas, ndi umuhinzi uturuka muri koperative Naiko ikorera mu karere ka Kirehe, murenge wa Nasho. Nkaba nkorera muri pivo ya 40, kandi nkaba nanjye ndi umwe watangije ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka nkurikije amabwiriza twahawe n'abagoronome. Murakoze, ibindi turakomeza.
Nitwa Josiane Nyiramugisha, ndi umuhuzabikorwa w'umushinga w'ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka mu muryango witwa PDN. PDN ni Peace and Development Network, ni ijambo ry'icyongereza, cyangwa se ihuriro ry'imiryango iharanira amahoro n'iterambere. Ni 5, iryo huriro ririmo imiryango 5. Dukora cyane ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, tukabukorera mu turere. Ubu turi mu turere 5 tw'igihugu, ariko twahoze muri 7, harimo Burera, Ruhango, Kayonza, Bugesera, twakoreraga no muri Rubavu, dukorera na Nyamagabe. Muri utwo turere twose rero twigisha ubuhinzi bungabunga ubutaka. Tubimazemo imyaka, uyu ni umwaka wa 11 kuko twatangiye 2014. Kandi turashimira abantu bose ko biratworoheye none twatangiye bikomeye ubushyitsi ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka ku bahinzi, ariko ubu ngubu turi kubona aba bantu bose bari aha twumva turanezerewe nk'umuryango uharanira iterambere ry'umuturage. Ibyo byose rero ingamba dufite ni izo kwigisha ubuhinzi bw'umwuga. Dufite abanyamwuga bigisha abandi bahuguwe, bafitiye ubunararibonye, nk'uko umuyobozi muri RICA muri presentation yabivuze ati natwe yayamamaza abuhinzi dufite ikibazo, tubutwara gute, tubigenza gute. Nyuma y'abahinzi dukorana nabo, ingamba ni ukwigisha cyangwa gufasha twebwe n'abandi kugeza ubuhinzi bw'umwuga no kubikora neza. Ndavuga ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka. Murakoze.
murakoze nitwa Nsabimana Venuste nkaba umwe mu bagize kampani yitwa Verive Ag Innovate. Verive Ag Innovate ni kampani yashinzwe n'abanyeshuri ba RICA ko yashinzwe 2022 tukiri abanyeshuri. Twayishinze kugira ngo tujye gushyira mu bikorwa ibyo twiga mu ishuri ndetse na pratique dukora mu mirima y'ikigo kugira tujye kureba ko natwe icyo twakora n'ubuhinzi bw'ubutaka. Kuri uyu munsi ubu turi abatubuzi b'ibigori ariko n'ubundi tubivanga no gukoresha no gukora ubuhinzi bw'ubutaka. Ubu ngubu icyo turi gukora tugerageza kwigisha abo dukorana nabo abo bita uburyo ubuhinzi bw'ubutaka bukorwa kugira ngo niyo twatujya hamwe babikora cyangwa se babasha kujya kwigisha ahandi. Murakoze.
Murakoze. Nagarura mikro bahera kuri mwe kwiga kuba twagira ngo tubabaze ese ni iyihe mpinduka yabaye igatuma muhindura muva mu buhinzi busanzwe mujya mu buhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, byatewe n'iki, byaturutse he?
Yego, kugira ngo tuve mu buhinzi bwa gakondo tujye mu buhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, abagoronome bwa mbere nibo babanje kubidushishikariza ariko bidufata umwanya kugira ngo tubyumve neza. Gusa rero ntabwo habuze umusemburo wa benshi ko njye ninjye wabibanjemo, mbikora ndi umwe muri pivo, ariko icyo mvuga cyitwa pivoti ndumva ninaha mwazibonye nagiye nzibona. Muri iyo pivo rero njyewe nahagaze kugira ngo ngerageze ubwo buhinzi abagoronome badushishikarije, mbona ubwa mbere birakunze, n'abandi nyuma yaho babijyamo, kandi ibyo byatanze umusaruro cyane kuko nk'uko bakomeje kubivuga hari inyungu nyinshi twabonyemo. Kugeza n'uyu munsi rero tugeze ku rwego rushimishije ku buryo n'abahinzi bose turi kumwe muri hegitari 14 zirengaho zigize iyo pivo, ndetse n'abandi bahinzi bafite umurima muri iyo pivo bajya mu yindi mirima yabo mu zindi pivo, ugasanga babyigishije bagenzi babo.
Murakoze. Bari mutubwiye ko harimo inyungu mwabonye, ese mwaduciramo muri make nizihe nyungu mwabonye?
Murakoze cyane. Hari inyungu nyinshi twabonye. Icya mbere muri ubuhinzi bwa mbere bwa gakondo twabanzaga kurima amasinde, ndumva twese tubyumva. Twamara kurima amasinde hagakurikiraho gucoca, kandi ibyo byose ni amafaranga yagendaga. Twava gucoca hakabaho gutera imbuto, bivuze ngo ibyo byose ni amafaranga yagendaga kandi atakagombye kugenda. Tumaze rero kwinjira muri ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, urumva ya mafaranga yo kurima yavuyeho, amafaranga yo gucoca avaho, ndetse noneho mu kubagara birongera biragabanuka bitewe n'uko bya bisigazwa iby'ibigori tubisiga mu murima, n'ibisigazwa by'indi myaka y'imisogwi nayo tukabisiga mu murima tukawusasira. Ndumva Dr. Ndambe yabivuze, uriya we abizi cyane kubera ko duhorana inshuro nyinshi, arahagera warahazi kuri iyo pivo. Namwe bashishikarize kuzajyayo, kuzaza mukadusura mukareba. Ni imirima myiza y'intangarugero kandi ushobora kwigiraho. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane kandi murakoze kudutumira. Jean Paul, mwatubwira namwe mu gihe mumaze mukora ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, ni izihe nyungu mumaze kubona?
navuga ko icya mbere imvune ziragabanuka, icya kabiri ntabwo bigukerereza mu buryo bwo guhinga no gutera, hanyuma icya gatatu ukoresha imbuto nkeya kubera yuko burya ubutaka busa nkaho bukomeye, ariko ikindi burwanya isuri, buriya ni uburyo burwanya isuri mu buryo bwihuse. Ikindi uburyo bwo kubikamo ifumbire isa nkaho ibitse mu buryo burambye, bigatuma rero ifumbire yawe uyikoresha neza, imirimo ikaba mikeya kandi ugakoresha imbuto nkeya nanone ku rundi ruhande. Ibyo rero iyo urebye usanga harimo inyungu nini, ariko nanone umusaruro ntabwo ugabanuka. Burya kenshi icyo umuntu atinya uvuga ngo ese izi mvune nagoresheje n'inyungu ndibuze kubona ikishinikiye. Wenda uyu munsi ntabwo byari byarenga uburyo wenda dusanzwe dukoresha, ariko hambere wungukira nuko ya mirimo wakoreshaga, ba bakozi wakoreshaga baragabanuka, kandi icyo ngicyo nicyo umuhinzi kenshi aba yiteze. Murakoze cyane.
Murakoze. Ndibaza nk'uko mubitubwiye biri no kuzuzanya n'ibyo twumvishe muri presentation zibantiriza. Venuste, watubwira uhereye ku bunararibonye umaze kugira n'izihe mbogamizi cyangwa se inzitizi? Tumaze kumva inyungu, ariko noneho turashaka no kumva imbogamizi. N'izihe nzitizi mumaze kubona mu gihe uri gushyira mu bikorwa mu buhinzi bw'ubutaka?
Murakoze. Nk'uko nari nabivuze, twatangiye gukora ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka turi mu ishuri, bivuze ngo twari turi n'abashyashya mu buhinzi nk'uko mubyumva. Rero inzitizi ya mbere twabonye ni ukubona aho umuntu yakura isaso, kuko byari bigoye guhinga bwa mbere, kandi noneho uri guhinga ku buso bunini byari ibintu bisa nk'aho bigoranye. Indi nzitizi twahuye nayo ni abakozi, kuko aho twari turi gukorera twahasanze abakozi basa nk'aho batazi ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka. Bidusaba imbaraga nyinshi kugira ngo duse tubibumvishe, kuko buriya ntabwo wakorana n'umuntu atazi ibyo ari gukora atari kubyumva. Rero byadusabye imbaraga kugira ngo tubigishe uburyo ki bikorwa, noneho tubashe kuba twakorana. Iyindi nzitizi twahuye nayo, kubera yuko twe tugira n'uburyo bwo kwikorera ifumbire iyi ngiyi y'imborera, ni ukubona ibisigazwa by'ibyatsi cyangwa ibindi umuntu ashobora gukoresha turi gukora ifumbire, ibyo bita mu ndimi z'amahanga turi gukora compost. Rero byari bigoye kubona izo materiyeri, kubera ko wasangaga n'ubundi kuko nta makuru menshi twari dufite, byadusabaga kugenda ahantu hose tubaza, bamwe bakanatwita n'abasazi kuko ntabwo bumvaga ibyo turi gukora ibyo ari byo, ariko ku bw'amahirwe byaje gukunda. Ubu ngubu nta kibazo. Murakoze.
Byakunze gute?
Urumva ubu ngubu hari abantu twigishije, ubu ngubu bashobora kuba bajya ku murima twaba duhari cyangwa tudahari, wenda twaba dufite n'abandi bakozi bashyashya bakabigisha nabo, kandi twizana ko ibintu byagenda neza. N'ibyo byatsi twabonye uburyo dukoresha amakavako cyangwa se mukuna, kuko dufite ahandi hantu duhinga tugafata za mukuna twari gusasira, akabeza dusasiza tuzikuye ahandi twazihinze. Ku bijyanye n'ibisigazwa, dukorana n'amasoko atandukanye, tukagenda tugakurayo ibyo bisigazwa n'ibyatsi byasigaye by'ibyo twasaruye byose tukavanga, twabasha gukora iyo fumbire. Murakoze.
Batazi wenda kavako ni bino byatsi bitwikira ubutaka, akaba akenshi binakoreshwa no kugaburira amatungo. Murakoze. Josiane, bagira ngo tubabaze, mukurikije uko mubibona, ni gute abafatanyabikorwa batandukanye bari hano? Twagiye twumva abafatanyabikorwa bamwe na bamwe bagiye baduha amapresentation, ariko hari n'abandi, hari inzego za leta zitandukanye, hari ama organisation yikorera. Ni gute twafatanya noneho tukaba twabasha gushyira mu bikorwa ubu buhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, ariko tukanashyigikirana mu kubwamamaza no kubumenyekanisha?
Murakoze cyane. Ngira ngo n'ababanje wenda nubwo bavugaga indimi z'abanyamahanga, ariko babivuze dutangiriye kuri iki gikorwa kiri ahangaha ni ubufatanye bwa mbere cyane ko harimo kumenyekana dukora iki, bamwe bakora iki abandi bakora ibihe. Ikindi dufite ihuriro nk'abantu bakora ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka ubwabo ryitwa coalition cyangwa se conservation agriculture generative. Dufite aho duhurira, habamo pamu, habamo SNV ndetse n'abandi n'inzego z'urubyiruko nka research ngukanubisha bavuga n'abandi barimo ahangaha. Turahura tukaganira. Umwaka ushize nka PDN twakoze igikorwa kigendanye no kuvuga ngo ni gute twazamura cyangwa se twageza ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka kuri benshi. Dusanga harimo kutabyumva kimwe ku rwego rw'umuturage, kuko bamwe bajyana ubuhinzi bubungabunga ibidukikije, abandi bajyana ubuhinzi burwanya isuri, abandi bajyana. Ariko muri iyo nama twakoze twemeranyijwe ko buri muntu wese ugera ku muturage avuga ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka. Ngira ngo abenshi hano barahari, umuntu wese ugera ku muturage rwose ajya avuga ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, kandi ndabibashimiye. Hanyuma icya gatatu navuga, dufatanyije n'inzego bwite za leta duhereye muri Minagri, ku bayobozi bwite bwa leta tugiye ku rwego rw'amadistricte, tugiye muri Minaroke, ukora iki njyewe nkora iki, kuko rimwe na rimwe hazamo kwisubiramo kw'ibikorwa. Wenda njye nicaye hano narebye muri presentation zakozwe, harimo kwisubiramo kw'ibikorwa no guhurira ku bantu bamwe tutazisanga turi gutanga raporo irenze ubuso dufite bw'igihugu. Rero abo bantu bose twafatikanya kugira ngo habeho kuyobora ibikorwa n'ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka ku rwego rwo hasi, kugira ngo tutagerayo twese turi gukora ibintu bisa. Kuko nimba nkorera mu karere ka Gicumbi, wenda nkorera mu murenge wa Rukomo na Nyamiyaga, undi nawe ntibamujyana ahandi, kuko twese turi gusa n'abakora ibintu bisa, ibintu bihuye, twese duharanira kugira ngo ubutaka busubize umwimerere wabwo. Rero iyo coordination wenda n'icyongereza nkoresheje yakorwa kuri buri rwego kugira ngo bigende neza. Kugira ngo mvuze ibyo ngibyo bihagije.
Murakoze. Noneho nagira ngo duhereye kuri Jean Paul tuvuge amagambo atarenze abiri. Umuntu atubajije se ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka ni gute, bwumva gute? Buri wese muri twebwe abwumva ate?
Ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka ni ubuhinzi butangiza ibikorwa remezo biburiho mu ijambo rimwe. Hanyuma icya kabiri, bufumbiwe neza kandi bugatanga umusaruro mwinshi.
Murakoze. Ni cya kibazo n'ubundi murivuze yuko iyo umuntu avuze ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka mubwumva mute?
Ku bwanjye iyo uvuze ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka, hari ikintu numva cya mbere, kuko mba numva binduhuye umutwaro uwo nagiraga mu mirimo yanjye yo mu murima, binduhura umutwaro.
Murakoze.
Rero iyo binduhuye umutwaro bituma iterambere ryanjye ryihuta ndetse n'irya bagenzi banjye. Yego, ndumva muri ibyo.
Murakoze. Josiane, amagambo abiri.
Numva ubuhinzi busubiranya umwimerere w'ubutaka burangiza bukongera umusaruro.
njyewe numva inzira nyayo itugeza ku kwihaza mu biribwa.
Ndibaza rero, murakoze cyane kudusangiza. Nakuyemo byinshi, ndibaza ko twese hari byinshi twungukiyemo, ariko tubashije kumenya ese ni izihe nyungu, ese ni izihe mbogamizi zihari, noneho tunabasha no kumva ubuhamya bwa buri muntu uko yumva ubu buhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka. Nkunze cyane yuko dushobora kuba twava hano tuvuga tuti ubuhinzi ni ubuhinzi buruhura umutwaro. Murabyumva mute? Yego. Ubwo rero kubera ko dufite ikibazo cy'igihe turagira ngo twakire ikibazo kimwe gusa, kandi tuvuge amazina uwo turi kukibaza, naho dukora.
Murakoze. Nitwa Charles Ndayigaya, mvuye muri REMA. REMA ni ikigo nacyo gishyigikiye ubu buhinzi. Twavuze ngo tuzajya tuvuga bubungabunga ubutaka, nta kibazo. N'ibidukikije buriya nabyo byose biruzuzanya, kuko ubutaka nabwo ni kimwe mu birengera ibidukikije. Tumaze iminsi dufitanye amasezerano y'ubufatanye na RICA kugira ngo turebe ukuntu ubu buhinzi bwava mu buryo bw'ubushakashatsi tukabugeza ku baturage benshi bashoboka. Ubu mu mushinga nyobora ndi project manager w'umushinga umwe wa UNDP na JEF, tumaze kugira hegitari 600. Twashyizeho radical terraces cyangwa amaterasi y'indinganire, ndetse na hegitari 200 muri Kirehe tugiye kuvomera, tugiye gukora small scale irrigation. Ubu imaze kuba medium, tumaze kugira hafi hegitari 150. Nkumva rero ubu buhinzi twavuze, shima bateguye ino nama, nidufatanya na RICA izo hegitari hafi 600, abaturage bacu RICA yatangiye kuri ziriya demo plot ntoya, tukagira ubuso bunini, ubwo buso 600 tukigisha abaturage bacu kubikora, twaba dukoze ikintu gikomeye. Nkaba nagira ngo nsaba ubwo bufatanye tuve ku turima duto twari 10-20 tujye kuri hegitari nyinshi zose zishoboka, ko ni abahinzi bari hamwe bafite ubutaka bufatanye, baba bafite nka hegitari 200 ziri hamwe. Cyo ni icyambere nagira ngo nsaba ubufatanye ari RICA, ari lab ndetse na Minagri, ku buryo dushobora ku extendinga igikorwa dukora. Icya kabiri ndagira ngo nshime aba bashampions bacu batangije iki gikorwa. Ni ikintu koko cyatangiye kigorana, ariko ndagira ngo mbaze akabazo kamwe nihuta. Mujye mutubwira ubundi mwavuye kuri kangahe mujya kuri kangahe? Muri ako are cyangwa hegitari mwezaga umusaruro ungana gute, ubugeze ku musaruro ungana gute? Bityo nitujya gutanga n'ubuhamya ku baturage, burya abaturage bacu bemera babonye. Ujye umubwira uti dore ku bigori nezaga hegitari 2, ntari najya muri ubu buryo, ubu ngeze kuri hegitari 6. Bizamworohera, azaba abibona ariko abona n'umusaruro wavuyemo. Turagira ngo rero mu nama nk'izi mujye muhera ku mibare, kuko burya imibare iravuga, kandi bizadufasha no kugira ngo bigere ku baturage benshi. Murakoze cyane.
Murakoze. Nibaza ko hari umuntu mwashakaga kukibaza icyo kibazo cyangwa ni commentaire. Yego. Ariko bari babivuzeho yuko usanga igiciro cyo cost of production igabanuka, ariko ugasanga umusaruro ushobora no kuguma hamwe ariko nawo ntugabanuke. Bari babivuzeho mu nyungu, ariko ubutaka bugenda bumera neza. Ariko nibaza ko Josiane hari icyo ashaka kuvuga.
Nari ngiye kugira reaction ku cyo yaravuze. Murakoze cyane. Iyo twigisha umuturage, umuyobozi Nzaramba yavuze ko umuturage uhindura intekerezo ziwe cyangwa se mindset. Dukoresha rero bimwe mu byo leta yifashisha nka RAB, ishuri ry'umuhinzi mu murimo, ku buryo aza akiga akamara igihe yiga kugeza ubwo ahindutse, atari twe tubigizemo uruhare rwacu rukaba kumwereka gusa, hanyuma akabibona agahinduka. Rero impamvu tutazanye hano imibare, nyakubahwa muyobozi, ahari wenda reka mvuge ku ruhare rwacu. Nituvuga imibare, buri wese aragenda avuga yuko ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka bwogera 50% cyangwa 30%, ariko twavuze ko atari yo mpamvu nyamukuru yo kongera umusaruro, ahubwo ari ugusubiranya umwimerere w'ubutaka. Niyo profi ya mbere y'ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka ngira ngo icyo nicyo cyumba twese abari aha ngaha turajyana message nziza ku bahinzi bacu. Murakoze.
murakoze cyane. Yego, ikiganiro cyacu rero kigeze ku musozo. Nagira ngo mbibutse ko intego nyamukuru y'iki kiganiro yari kumenya neza ibikora, ibidatanga umusaruro, ndetse no gushyiramo imbaraga muri ubu buhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka mu kubwamamaza ndetse no kubumenyekanisha. Ubu rero turabatumira mwese kugira uruhare mu kubushyira mu bikorwa, ndetse tunakora nk'uko Josiane yavuze yuko twagakwiye kubigira ibyacu. Niba uhuye n'umuhinzi, niba uganiriye n'umuntu ukamubwira ati ubuhinzi bubungabunga ubutaka bukorwa gutya. Murakoze rero cyane, turabashimiye ko mwaduteze amatwi.
Love the engagement in that panel. Another hand clap for Lisa and all the panelists. I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. There's a similar conversation happening later in the afternoon, and I think it will have equal engagement. So if you're keen to contribute or be part of that conversation, please, please, please don't leave us at any moment. Talking about living, many of us are new here, going by my morning poll, which was very biased. So if you want to have a tour of the demo farm, the demo area, please talk to the protocol team. They're going to guide you. But that's going to be during your lunch hour. How many of us are hungry? By show of hands. Guys, okay, if you're not hungry, then we can continue having conversation. Our next panel. How many of us are hungry? Okay, the 3 people that are hungry, please, you're free to go for lunch. I've just been reminded that the translation devices, please leave them on the chairs where you are seated. They'll be picked up from there. Please don't go with the translation devices. Two more reminders. You're going to pay for this. The first one, there's a gentleman that has lost his journal. It also has, the bag has his national ID and other documents, so please, please look around and or check your bag. You might have picked it up by accident in one of our gift bags. It goes, his name is Jean Gendahayo. It's a black agenda, no, it's a black journal written on Oxford. Please, please check around you and pass that on. Okay, guys. Oh, another reminder. If you haven't signed up, please, the form. And then the people who need to have their documents, their travel documents stamped, please, please go to the table behind us, right to my left, directly about 90 degrees from me. Please go take those documents there to be stamped. That's only going to happen before lunch. For now, bon appetit.
cover crops help to maintain the soil cover, especially those plants are planted same time or after planting the main crop. And they not only help to maintain moisture or to keep the moisture of the soil, but also certain of those crops, they can fix nitrogen and other nutrients in the soil. And the main role of the cover crop is to improve soil health by maintaining or keeping moisture on the soil, but also whenever those plants die, they will also be a source of different nutrients for the main crop or the upcoming crop that we want to plant on our field. So for example, for Rwanda, the main cover crop that we have been trying different, but certain of those that we can recommend farmers these days, we can talk about like mukuna, bush mukuna. It does not only provide nutrient to the crop, but also it can be alternative for farmers who are also raising livestock. They can leave certain part for improving the soil health, but also to feed their animals. And we can talk about Canavaria, Desmodium. We have a different crop species that can work, but it also depends on the main crop that has been planted on the field.
Conservation agriculture is a series of different farming practices that, when implemented together, benefit soil health and farm productivity. To learn more, visit RICA's website at rica.rw.
Conservation agriculture is a set of practices aimed at improving soil health, rebuilding soil health where it needs to be rebuilt, improving soil health where there is minimal health, and conserving it. The first starting message of practice is don't disturb the soil as much as you can. Of course, that depends on the kind of crop you're going to grow. So it's trying and minimize soil disturbance. And why that is important is when you do that, when you plow the land, really affecting the soil structure and soil integrity and exposing it to depletion. So that's the first step. The next key activity is trying to put back as much nutrients into the soil as you've taken out. So when you harvest, when you exploit the soil to give yield, it also comes at a cost of the soil giving up its nutrients. So then you need to find there are different practices you have to do to put back some of the nutrients that you've taken. And an example is taking back the residue. So whatever part of the plant that is not harvestable, or whatever part of the plant that is not the economic part, should be taken back to the soil and in the exact place where you took it. And then next is now you start going into crop rotations. Which crop do I plant after which to maintain or to produce more biomass and residue, and make sure that I maintain the soil structure at the same time put back as much nutrients as I can. So those are the three key elements, but there are certainly more sub-practices associated to each of those three main components.
Conservation agriculture is a series of different farming practices that when implemented together, benefit soil health and farm productivity. To learn more, visit RICA's website at rica.rw.
Thérèse Marie Kunda. I'm a RICA student pursuing conservation agriculture and specializing in mechanization and irrigation. And I'm currently interning here at NICO as a mechanization, irrigation, and extension intern. So as part of my internship, what we mostly do is help the farmers grow the crops from the beginning, as in from farm to plate. We help them prepare the land. We help them get the inputs they need, be it the fertilizers, the seeds, and then we advise them along the way. And also because we are doing conservation agriculture, we help them understand more the principles of conservation agriculture. Why is it needed compared to conventional tillage? Because we're living in this environment and we want to protect it. We also help them sell their produce because they need the help to get the produce to the market. So basically that's it. Spend time with them from the beginning of the crop production till they get the food on the plate. So my future plans, I have a lot of them. Many things that I look forward to do, because agriculture is not, it's not composed of one thing. But then again, I want to do extension as much as I can, because I love working with farmers and I love helping them. Starting from the place we're here at NICO, this is an impact of agriculture. If you talk to farmers around here, they'll tell you how this project have transformed their lives. So yes, it's a career that's where you can make an impact, and a great impact.
Twice if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up. It was a filling meal, right? Can we give a hand clap to the RICA organization team for ensuring that we are well fed? Can I ask the people in front of me to just stand up? Okay. How many of us can spell the word RICA? How many of us can spell the word RICA? Guys, you don't believe you can spell? Tough crowd. How many of us can spell the word RICA? Okay, you know what? Let's spell the word RICA, and we're going to do it using our Wests, right? A capital R, a small I, a small C, a small A, right? So, can we spell R, capital R? There's this guy, the guy that goes to the right. I, then there's a, just step a little bit. No, where's the stretch? C. And let's spell capital A for ending, right? A, and this guy. Okay. Let's have a seat. Welcome back to the last part of today, but I think it's going to be one of the most interactive sessions. The last session that we were in before lunchtime, that was led by Mrs. Lisa, talked about views from the field, perspectives from practitioners. Now, this last part is going to be a series of like an open forum discussions, back and forth, and allow me to introduce our first facilitator. Guys, let's put our hands together for Mr. Pugeni Vrayai.
Okay, after eating food, we want to talk, right? So that we don't sleep. I will not bother you with long speeches, but I will ask you a few questions. I know that we have the directors of agriculture here, district agriculture directors. Are they still with us? Can I see them by raising their hands? All right, so the first question goes to you. So what conservation agriculture tools are being used in your districts? Can someone move around with a microphone so that we can hear each other? What conservation agriculture tools are being used in your district? Try to be as brief as possible because we don't have time. Can someone show by raising hands? if you have an answer. Conservation agriculture tools that are being used in your district. Good, thank you. Cool. Anyone who wants to respond from the district agriculture directors? All right, let's ask the, yes?
Okay, thanks. My name is Twigenga Jean-Marie, Director of Agriculture from Yamasheke District. We are asked the tools of conservation agriculture, I think. Okay. As you say in the principles of conservation agriculture, the first one is to avoid or to minimize soil disturbance. The tools we use it is the mulch, the first one. It is to see if the mulching or crop residues are available. We use local materials mulch to dig holes for inserting seed or for planting. We use first to remove the plants or the crop existing ones. Also we use the seeds, but the quality of seed selected one which produce high yields. We use also the fertilizers, organics and mineral. And where there is high soil acidity, we use lime. All those materials we use.
Okay, you was going to finish everything. Okay, maybe for the district agriculture officers, what kind of farming implements are being used for CA in your districts? Farming implements that are being used. Are people using certain tools or farming implements for conservation agriculture? Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm being reminded here to say you can also be free to speak in Kinyarwanda. We have translation, so you can be free to speak in Kinyarwanda. So what are some of the farming implements that we use? Perhaps my brother here.
So we normally use the hoe, which is used because the new one will disturb the soil. So we also use machete. Yep. Thank you.
A hoe or a machete can be used. So can we also hear from the private sector? Do we have the private sector here? Raise up your hands if you are from the private sector. It's the same question. What kind of tools do you use for translation? What kind of tools do we use in the private sector? People who do commercial agriculture or large-scale agriculture. Any thoughts about that? I think our presentation in the morning gave us some ideas, right? Any members of the private sector? What about young people here? What tools do we use? Do we have young people? Okay, there we are. Thank you, over there. You can use Kinyarwanda, you can use English.
Okay, thank you very much. I am a young farmer, as you said, but what we are currently doing is not on large scale to be mechanized, but we have a clue on what implement we can use where we practice conservation agriculture in a mechanized form. The one is a reaper, there is a aerator, and there is no-till planter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will go slow to give time for translation. Clearly, for us to succeed in conservation agriculture, we need to have tools that can be used by farmers, and those tools should be accessible. What are some of the challenges that we face accessing tools in our areas of work? Do our farmers face challenges accessing tools in their areas of work? What are some of those challenges? Farmers can also respond. Anyone can respond to this question, but we'll be happy to hear from farmers, yes, over there.
murakoze. Imbogamizi tujya tugira, hari kimwe mwavuze kigendanye n'ibikoresho by'ubwirinzi mu gihe dutera imiti. Ntabwo dukunze kubibona, sinzi uburyo mwajya mubidufashamo mu buryo bworoshye. Murakoze.
Thank you so much. Any other challenges?
Thank you. My name's Jiringiro Hope and I'm an extensionist. So one of the challenges that we meet, or it is that this concept is quite new, and the availability of materials. So the materials on the market favorize conventional agriculture. So then when we are mobilizing people to transition to conservation agriculture, so you couldn't see, like, for instance, hula ho. A hula ho, it has to be imported. A lot of tools that could be used in agriculture has to be imported, and that is quite expensive. So we need to have that accessibility and affordability of the CA tools to the farmers in order to make this movement successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think he raised a very important point, right? Making sure that tools are accessible and they can be, people can be able to afford them. That's very good. So here is a very interesting question, which is my last question for this session. This is the last question. If you came thinking that you wanted to talk, if you don't answer this question, then you have missed it. When we think of conservation agriculture tools, what are some of the gender considerations that we should keep in mind? When we think of conservation agriculture tools, what could be some of the gender considerations that we keep in mind? This question is open to RICA and everyone, NGO staff, farmers, everyone. Yes.
Murakoze. Njyewe numva ibijyandanye na agenda yuko cyane cyane mwafasha abagore, ariko nimwumve yuko nanjye ndi umugore, ariko ujya gutera ubuzima bw'ibanza bitewe nuko n'uburyo abadamu baba aribo bakora cyane mu mirimo. Murakoze.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that contribution. Any other challenge? Just over there. I see another hand over there. I will give you a chance to talk as well. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. In our culture, when we are in the field, you see more women are more involved in conservation agriculture, because men are saying it's something for women, harrowing, covering soil, it's for women. And when they are producing more, it goes to men. So women need to be empowered and getting like a mechanized way so that they don't get tired by spending more time in farm.
Yes, finding time-saving tools for women so that they don't spend a lot of time in the farm. Thank you so much. Yes, my sister over there, what are some of the gender considerations?
Yeah, thank you so much.
I would request that when choosing these tools, to choose those that are accessible, that women can easily access, and that are user-friendly, because women have very many challenges like in terms of access, so to be accessible and user-friendly, that not that much sophisticated for women. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really think this was a very good contribution as well, right? So perhaps to close this session, can we just clap hands for all those people who contributed? Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful session, and I would like now to move on to talk about coordination, platforms and coordination. We are all here today to talk about conservation agriculture. We all came from different organizations, and we all have different responsibilities, different skill sets, different vision for conservation agriculture perhaps. I think our first session, Dr. Magnifique was trying to help us have a similar understanding of what conservation agriculture is. Likewise, I'm also very curious to learn from you what are some of the existing platforms that are available for farmers, for extension workers, for stakeholders to learn, share experiences, and coordinate efforts in your districts. Do you have some platforms that exist for learning, coordination, and sharing of experiences in your districts? Over there.
Yes, I'm responding as District Director of Agriculture and Natural Resource. Actually, at the district level, from district to the cell, we have existing platforms or structures, famous structures. At district level, we have the agriculture unity in charge of coordinating the agriculture for food security, animal resources, and environment. There is engineers, about 5 engineers, doctors, environment officers to coordinate the program or the policies if are put in the place that we wait for so far. At this sector levels, we have the agronomists, we have the farmer field schools, trained farmers, experienced farmers that trained from the lab, who use it to transfer the life skill, the skills, agriculture, modern techniques to the farmers. At the cell level, there are farmers called farmer promoters. Those are experienced farmers actually working in agriculture as the former model, the model farmers who's to have demonstration of farms, to farm in the technique, agro-technique methods. Those are the structures, the people, the front lines who may bring, if trained in conservation agriculture, who are ready to transfer these skills of conservation agriculture to the whole population of farmers. Thank you very much.
I thought you were going to clap hands for him. Thank you so much. Let's hear from NGOs. Do you have coordination platforms where you are learning from each other and sharing experiences? Who from the NGO would like to try this one? There we go. Thank you so much, brother. Let's go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking from Cordate, and I'm Fabrice Munyandamutsa. I'm a project coordinator there. As far as we are concerned, in every project that we are going to implement, whether it is a project from the government or from any other organization, especially in agriculture. We always involve how we're going to take this issue of gender, how we are going to involve women, especially those women living in the rural areas. So we have to cross-check it, and also always to mention that we have a gender analyst or a gender technician specialist who is going to be reporting on a regular basis how gender issue is being tackled during the implementation, all phases, from planning up to the final phase. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. You want to say something?
Me, I want.
Tools? Okay.
Me.
Dr. Magnifique want to talk about tools, but I thought we closed the session already. They're my sister.
Okay. Me, what I wanted to add on, I am Isabel Claudine. I am the district coordinator in the EFA project. It is concerned with youth entrepreneurs in agriculture. So for us, I am from Rwanda. Our role in EFA is to play roles in the extension services with farmers at farm levels. So for us, as far as conservation agriculture is concerned, we normally organize field learning exchanges where we organize field studies for these young farmers, and then they come to Bridge to Rwanda. We have ever visited Bridge to Rwanda to exchange knowledge. So for us to increase more number of people, as far as conservation agriculture is concerned, we are going to organize more trainings and field studies so as to be part of this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Dr. Magnifique, get ready. I will get back to you. I was just joking there. SNV, we also want to hear from you. How are you coordinating? But I will start with my sisters here. My sister here.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. Just to add on, some people from NGO. First of all, my name's Denise, and I'm from Gardens for Health International. Apart from all those platforms within an organization, we do have a coalition where we bring in different organizations which are working in the regenerative and conservation agriculture. So we are so many organizations, and we want to voice for those sustainable agriculture practices. We have the group which is in charge of extension, and another which is in charge of the research. And we used to meet and then share the practices that we do have. That is what Richard from WFP was talking about in the morning, where we come up with Conservation Agriculture Plus, because we find ourselves using different terms, but at the end of the day, we are promoting a kind of similar practices on the field. And we agreed to do not confuse farmers and come up with the same term that we can use in promoting all our initiatives. And then we have a project on how to put together a curriculum, which is combining all those techniques with the purpose of promoting Conservation Agriculture Plus. Thank you.
Wow, well said. SNV, do you want to add? Okay, the microphone is closed there.
Thank you.
Oh, there's
Let
one
me
more here.
start.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
have already received the microphone. I'm Benjamin Muhigirwa from Duhami Kadri. I'm the executive director at Duhami Kadri. So the question was about the platform and how we are leveraged with those platforms to promote conservation agriculture. At Duhami Kadri, we have also started these new techniques in northern province. As a platform, my colleagues have already talked about different platforms, but what I want to add is that we leverage with the existing farmer promoters, local organization, local structures, but also we have different saving groups. We have cooperatives. So while using those existing organizations, we introduce those techniques through demo plots. We have started and we have seen different results. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I think I'll take one over there and then we'll try to summarize things and move forward. Dr. Manifika, I haven't forgotten.
Yeah,
Go
thank
ahead.
you so much. My name is Claudette Imanishimwe. I'm from SNV. In SNV, we used to have a coordination or to make a coordination around CA and regenerative agriculture. At national level, we are coordinating the Regenerative and Conservation Agriculture Coalition. And here we share learnings and research findings to help the stakeholders to go in the same way. So at district level, in the project intervention areas, we are used to conduct them to establish the multi-stakeholder platforms where we share what's going well, what's going wrong, the lesson learned, so that we can see how to scale what's going well and to learn from the challenges we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think from what we are hearing, there are so many coordination platforms happening, right? We had a comprehensive platform by the Director of Agriculture over there, which is a government strategy coordination platform. We also have heard of other platforms that are happening. Remember, we haven't even asked universities. Do universities have a coordination platform? Perhaps they have, right? Right? I wanted to put him on the spot because he's from the network.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention something about tools. Just because I showed tractors, it doesn't mean CA is done with tractors. CA is done by our hands and our minds. CA doesn't require special tools, not at all. The hoe we use can be used for CA. Actually, an older hoe does better CA than a new hoe. So when you talk about availability of tools, you may be thinking, where do I buy a new hoe? An older hoe does better. Why? Because it's short and smaller, so you don't disturb the soil. If you have a new hoe, the tendency is you want to, it's a new hoe, let me put in all my energy. And then you disturb the soil more. So we've been actually advising farmers to go look for their old hoes, pull them back, bring them back. So use those to plant, because that little hoe won't take you more than 10 centimeters even if you used all your energy in the morning. But when you have a newer hoe, the tendency is you're going to dig 20 centimeters deep. So please, we don't need any other tools. Let's start with what we have, and we'll be fine. The hose we have, the old hose we have, the old machetes, whatever you have, those are the tools we're talking about, nothing special. Thank you.
And can you finish it off with coordination at universities level? Do you have a coordination platform as learning institutions?
Unfortunately, I know there is one about science and research, which we haven't joined, but there is none that I know about extension. And I think it's high time that we think about it as well.
Thank you so much. So my last question for the session is, so what can we do? Like, what do we have to do for us to make sure we all learn from each other? There is a lot of good learning happening. There's a lot of good innovations happening. RICA, for example, showed us a lot of good demonstration plots, but there's no platform for learning. I've also heard from different NGOs, you have different platforms for learning. How do we get to know what you are doing? Now, the question is it possible for us to think of a national level coordination platform? Could it also be possible for us to think of a national level coordination platform that can cascade all the way down to the district and to the sector? So perhaps comments. Richard.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's possible, and it's high time we think that way, because I think the reason we have all those coordination different coordinations of course, we thank them, and they are good because they have brought us this far. But there is already a platform at a higher level at Minagri where we have the sector working group that have sub working groups. And my suggestion would be, even in RAB, if we can come up with a task force, a coordination team that coordinates all this work, would be very easy, and then we can support that coordination that can bring, because they are approached by so many stakeholders. Because when you're going to do anything in agriculture, you have to go through Minagri, through RAB, for you to do something. So they know everyone who is there. So if somehow we agreed on harmonizing something around there, because it's extension, so it's RAB, and then we can all pull and feed into that and make it function. Then we share research, we share success stories, we share challenges, and then, yeah, I think that can really pull us to a national scale.
Thank you so much. Any other contribution? Any other contribution? I see a hand up there. And as she's getting ready to talk, I want us to also start to think about what could be some of the challenges that we should be paying attention to.
Thank you very much. My name is Rosine Ndaishimie, and I'm from Bristol, Rwanda. Also helping do extension with the Rwanda Agriculture Development Board and Minagri potentially in all 30 districts. Yes, there is need for coordination on a national level, and a way that can, cascade through the district, and that becomes easier for district officials to know all the actors that are, in particular districts or in provinces, and allows better, one, to harmonize the understanding of conservation agriculture in all its terms, CA+, and also helping allocation of resources. Someone earlier from PDN, I think on the panel, mentioned how there is replication of work sometimes, but when, for instance, if we knew, I was thinking if we could map the whole of Rwanda and see where all of the initiatives are. For example, PDN is in this district, RICA is here, whoever is here, RAB is in all over the country, of course, it's RAB. But then we know, we're like, these are the spaces that are left behind. What can we do? New actors, could we act here? Could we act in this district? And also, if there is a joint way to share information and reporting, key learnings as well as challenges, that on a national level can happen, but also on a district level, a way of reporting that way on a district level, people know what is being done. I think that will help people, just all of us, because we are working on the same thing, but then to ease learning and also not reinvent the wheel where it's not unnecessary, but move much faster, learning from each other's, activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see another hand. I am now looking at my watch. I will take that because he's already standing up. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Seeing that this program, this conservation agriculture program is very important, we need a clear ministry implementation policy program regulation to enforce this activity. We need from different partners the implementation strategies, techniques, learning by doing farms, research outcomes, success stories to ease the implementation at the decentralized levels. For us agronomists, we are at the front lines. We are ready to implement if everything is clear for us to make this so easy for implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really like the fact that you are now pushing us into action, right? So I think this is wonderful.
remember the numbers that Dr. Kofi gave us when he was doing his presentation. Did you see that they are tracking the hectareage of land under conservation agriculture in each country? If we don't have a good coordination platform, we are not able to accurately report on success. And what that does is that it also affects the government's ability to report on our success and the good work that we are doing. That's number one. Number two, we duplicate effort, and of course, we misuse resources as a result. So I think what we are hearing is that it's very important to have a coordination platform. We are also hearing that there is a lot of coordination already taking place, and there are so many platforms that needs to be probably consolidated so that we can have one national strategy for coordination. We have also heard encouraging words that our education institutions might also need to think about it, because they are the pillars of research. They might want to also think about how they can be part of these coordination spaces and how they can actually drive research in these spaces, so that our agronomists and our NGOs can focus on extension, and universities focus on research and bring new knowledge and learnings to improve the extension and also to improve on reporting. So with these words, I want to say thank you for your time, and thank you so much for this engaging session. Thank you.
Another hand clap, please. Thank you, Pujani. Our next, guys, I've never been around, I think this is the biggest concentration of doctors per capita in Kigali at any one point. It's literally everyone coming up, Dr. X, Dr. Y. I'm walking down to for lunch, I'm meeting doctors. You guys make us feel like we didn't have enough education, eh? It's hectic. Allow me to introduce the next speaker, of course a doctor, who is going to take us through the next two topics, which is policy and advocacy, and then institutionalization and scaling through extension systems. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Ayuke Frederick.
Mraho neza. I'm trying just to renew myself about that. So thank you very much, the MC, the organizer, at least for this session. I know after having an inspiring guy talking ahead of you, you try to give it a try as well. And I've just woken up from the stupor of the lunch, and I was actually just imagining many things about how to proceed, because it's very difficult sometimes after a heavy lunch, and many things happen. Because sometimes I was imagining that maybe I may end up like that person in Okwonko's beer party was given a time to talk, and he said that it's good to come together because it's good to come together. So I know we have gathered here, and it's good to come together because it's good to come together. And so I will be talking about the policy advocacy and institutional support in scaling up CA through extension services. So this is actually something that I want us to engage ourselves together and give ourselves. We had session here. In fact, I wished we still had got representative from the ministry, and also the permanent secretary was here, and also from Minagri. But all is not lost, because we have all the district officers here and key stakeholders here. So please, this is actually your moment that we engage each other. Since morning, we heard all about the CA, and the intention is that as we leave this place, we get to a point where we speak the same language, and we appreciate that we are not in competition of any kind, but we are working for our key stakeholders, who are the farmers. So I don't know how many farmers we have here, please. How many are we here, the farmers? Even yourself, you could be a farmer. In fact, not necessarily actually this one. But if you are a farmer and you are farming, Kaising, I know you. The DVC is here. I know it's the farming somewhere. And But you're forgetting that is actually a farmer. So you are actually the key persons that we want to talk to here. And anything, any engagement is actually about you. Please, if you are not talking the farmer's language, then we are actually doing a disservice to ourselves. We were told much about conservation agriculture, what it entails, but at the end of it, are we speaking the same language? And when we talk about the key principles of conservation agriculture, to a farmer, is it about the same thing? So that's what we actually want to talk about. So I will have a few questions here, which I will want us, all of us, to be engaged in. And there's a free session where we should actually be interacting. So I want to know from you, we had Dr. Patty Karangwa talk to us this morning. And then just about noon time, in the early afternoon, we had Dr. Florence also talking to us. And actually talking about the same message about how we get the information to farmers. So I want to know from you that beyond Minagri, do we actually, what other institution can we actually incorporate, can incorporate CA in their policies? So beyond Minagri, we think about any other institutions that can incorporate CA into their policies. So please, this is a session that I want to hear from you. We have the microphone around, and then we get this information.
Thank you. I'm by names of Anne-Marie Nhangere. I come from Rwanda Fertilizer Company. What we do, we do fertilizer customization. I think it can be better if we include us in CA, because after customizing fertilizer formulas, we do demo plots. So it can be better for us during field days, teaching the performance of fertilizer on crop yield. So it can be good that time to disseminate that technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have got many hands, so please, we'll want to hear from you.
Good afternoon. I'm Savio from Golden Insect. My company produces organic soil conditioners. So our motto is to bring life to land and land to life. With that, I would recommend to check with the Rwanda Standard Board. Why? Because we're now talking about conservation agriculture, and one way in their standards, you will see that they are focusing on feeding the plant, but they're forgetting the soil. That is why most of the farmers are claiming products at the market are killing their soil. So in the developing their standard, they have to think of how to conserve the soil instead of firstly thinking of how to feed the plant, because indirectly they feed the plant, but they kill the soil. So we can involve them too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's a hand there at the back.
Thank you very much. I'm Tasie Ngumyambarebe from Ingabo Farmers Syndicate. In the Ingabo Farmers Syndicate, we used to make advocacy for smallholder farmers, and we provide technical assistance to those farmers. Normally, in Ingabo Syndicate, we disseminate the skills related to the technique that is called ZIPIT, where we use to dig holes instead of full tillage of the land. And it is a technique that has been realized that it can increase the productivity of cassava, because that technique is focusing on cassava crop. It can give even up to 50 metric ton per hectare instead of 14, 20. So I suggest that Ingabo Syndicate can be also part of the production or preparation of that policy. And another suggestion that I want to address to you, if it is possible, Ingabo can have partnership with RICA as it has started from participating in this symposium. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. I think
thank you.
That one is actually telling us that the government is not alone in this work, which is actually very, very critical because we need to work together. And that is actually something that's very important so that the government appreciate, the ministry appreciate that in walking this journey, we are not going to do it alone. So that's why we are here together so that we know that we've been talking the different languages, in fact, the same language, but in different areas in our respective regions where we work. But now here we have come to know that who should actually be doing this. So I don't know if there's any last person who has actually something about that. So that is something that the government should actually be considering, that beyond Minagri, there are also other key stakeholders, other people who can actually come in to help in this regard. So I will go still to a question that is actually still related about the institutions here. So I will actually wish to know maybe which key institution can actually play a role in advancing CA adoption. So which key institution can play a role in advancing CA adoption? So please, if you are there and you feel that you actually feel that you have a role, please tell it to us because we want to hear from you, from the horse's mouth.
Thank you very much. I think those NGOs that are working with smallholder farmers on a regular basis by implementing different projects, especially those agriculture projects, they can be involved so that to make that advocacy as they know and work in touch with those smallholder farmers. As far as I know, I think they could be good stakeholders in terms of this matter.
Thank you. So anybody else somewhere? Aha, okay, at the back
there. As I talked, I am from Rwanda. Rwanda plays a role in the extension services. I think Rwanda can play a crucial role in advocacy because, like in the Eastern Province, each sector has extensionists where they provide extension services at farm levels. So that can play a crucial role as far as conservation agriculture is concerned. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, in fact, aha.
Thank you very much. You asked clearly what the institution is. Right institution is can play a role to enforce this conservation agriculture part from Minagri and RAB as existing policymakers. Me, I see that the role of universities, especially University of Rwanda and its colleges like TVET schools, and even the Ministry of Education, to put the policies, to put the strategies, techniques in the curriculum design to be taught in the schools so that our agronomists, our young agronomists from the schools are coming in the fields within hand schools in terms of to implement CA. And other things, it's necessary to have some change in the programs, in the agriculture class or curriculums changing, because there are still good agriculture practices who are confusing, who are not matching better with the conservation agriculture techniques and the yes, and some practices are not matching. Some are against and others. Have to be clear in the curriculum. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, I think that's a very good point. And sometimes you say that Nowadays, I've realized that in football, those people who like watching football, there's no longer home advantage. You can be beaten even at home. So with this, I also want to hear from RICA as well, and not a better from Magnifique Zaramba to tell us about the advocacy, key institutions that play a role in advocacy.
So the first advocates are us here, district agronomists. You are really the frontline advocates between us and the farmers. Without you, I don't see how else we'll be able to reach out to the farmers. So really, we shouldn't be looking far because we are the people on the ground. So that's my opinion. We, the universities, can do research, and we can prepare extension materials, build capacity. But the first advocate should be the one who is speaking for the farmer. Really, the one who is talking about what the farmer needs to do, what the farmer goes through. And that's why we invited farmers, so they can share with us not only the success stories, but more so the challenges, because those are the ones you're responsible to solve, and those are the ones we should be doing advocacy for. If a farmer is doing well, there's hardly nothing to advocate for, maybe the market. But if a farmer is struggling with production, those are the things we need to know so we can advocate for. And we'll be relying on you to inform us what is not going right or what is challenging. And then, well, now I can stand. By the way, let me speak on behalf of RAB as well. So I wear two hats at the same time. So as we prepare the seasonal planning for RAB and Minagri, we'll be relying on we always rely on the district to give us feedback as to how is the situation on the ground, what are the needs, is the seed there, is the fertilizers there. So part of that, I'll try to make sure I work with my colleagues at RAB. So we'd also be asking you what challenges there for CA adoption, so we can be able to put the right policies and support services to make sure that we can support you to support the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the quality of a leader. I thought that was going to score an own goal, but he decided to pass the ball, and now you have to score this ball. And okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Kofi Boa. What really is happening is that you cannot do advocacy without having anything to show. So all of us talking. When we get up to talk, what are we talking about? So we will never ever sound convincing enough if we have nothing to show. If we are advocating for policy support, on what basis are we expecting support from policy? We should be able to turn around and say, sir, look at this. This is what we want to see. And so, all of us talking, we have to commit ourselves to showing. Otherwise, we will never attract the attention of policy. We will never attract the attention of the farmers.
So that when you are being told that you actually have to come out, okay? So that's the message that we are trying to get across, that we get out of the floor. So get out of the floor, and you become visible. Otherwise, so I will give maybe two persons, at least maybe. I know we are very many hearing to talk. Aha. No, a lady now, I think. Now become.
Thank you so much. I would congratulate RICA for involving the youth in agriculture. The future of agriculture, like any other thing, is in the hands of the youth. So I would recommend the higher running institutions and the Rwanda TVETs to consider teaching youth agriculture, conservation agriculture, and enforce the implementation through youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so two more. Maybe I'll take that one and then the last one. Then we move on for the sake of time.
Thank you. Yep. I'm Jean Twiringyumukiza, coming from the Canadian Food Grains Bank. That's a network of 15 member organizations. Today I'm very happy because I'm one of the CA champions here in the country. I've been struggling a lot to convince people about CA. And when I see a lot of people like this here present, talking about CA, I really get very happy. So the question reminds me another question raised during the CA training in Eastern Rwanda when we were training the agronomists. So they said, we really understand the role and the benefits from CA. However, if you want to get CA promoted here in Rwanda, please talk to our bosses. That was the take-home message. So I were with the agronomist as we are together today, but they were still requesting that we talk to their bosses. Who are their bosses? My suggestion today would be to get the Minister of Local Government more involved, because once we have the mayors and the vice mayors aware of what CA is doing in the country, so we can move even more faster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Unless we'll take the last one and we move on kindly for the sake of time. Be brief, please. Okay.
Okay, thank you. From morning, I've never heard anyone talking about business. So I'm in the business. Yes. I don't know. Yes, you are going to do extension, but where are farmers going to get materials? And what after this project? Maybe there are different NGOs here. And once the project ends, there is nothing there. So it is better that all people involved here partner with existing either SMEs or big companies. You make sure that sustainably your conservation agriculture will keep existing. Otherwise, if you leave, farmers are also going to leave, then no one is going to provide materials and things. So also think it in terms of business. That's one too. We are having agronomists here, we're having people in food security, something like that. Did we also think about the value addition? If you're telling farmer, do conservation agriculture, what will the farmer think in terms of value? We there
for thought for all of us here as we engage each other, then we need to think about those components that you have actually talked about. Thank you very much for stimulating that aspect there. So I want us to go to the next question here, and she has talked about the youth engagement, especially in CA. And we are thinking about how do we actually stimulate and get the youth to be engaged in CA. And this one just took me back to some time when I was doing some studies and some research, and we went to the lab. And there was this boy who came with the father to the lab over the weekend, and the boy had a toy. And because we were busy in the lab and doing the fractionation to separate the aggregate in the soil, what is actually made from the organisms like earthworms and what is there in the whole soil. And then he was seeing us weighing the soil and putting the soil in the sieves and trying to shake the soil. And he was playing with this toy next to us there. So when he saw us there, then he came and stood aside and started looking at us in amazement and then asking, "You mean you people are still playing with the soil? As we stopped playing with the soil long time ago. We are only driving toys." you look at the innocence in the face of the child that is seeing that this person doing a PhD, this person doing a master's and doing the research and doing everything is just playing with the soil. But I normally tell the student here to be very happy when they are dirtifying themselves about the soil. So when we talk about the youth here, there are some fellows here who have actually made me to look more useful. And now maybe there's a youth here actually. Yeah. How are you, young man? Aha, you see, he's still very young. Life starts at 80, so you're still very youthful here. So actually, when we talk about the youth engagement, I want us to think about how do we get this youth being engaged. For instance, now, I actually have got a team here that was actually taking us around here. And those is actually part of them. I want them to stand up wherever they are. The interns who have been working here, where are you? I want you to be seen. Can you please move very, very fast here? Just give you 1 minute. I want you to see them so that when we talk about the youth, then we know that we are not left behind. But then how are we going to engage them, this youth, in the CA practices here? I think there's one who is older than me, maybe here. Let me talk. Huh. How do you want to be engaged? Or you are talking about the youth being engaged. So how do you want to be engaged?
So I can say that the main role is going to be played by ourselves, because our father and our role model, Dr. Kofi Bowa, said that you will never sound convincing if you don't show evidence. So what we want to do is about trying to bring the evidence on the table so that we can disseminate what we are doing to the community. So if we do that, I know that you will join us in this movement. So we are going to play a big role. So thank you. I wish everyone here is going to start practicing CA as we are motivated to do that. So remember to join us, and remember to involve us in every activity you are trying to do in conservation and agriculture. So may conservation and agriculture succeed in Rwanda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a bishop here, actually. Maybe, bishop. Then I want you to hear from the ladies here. Please. I told you, I'm not going to talk. You have to talk. They are here. They are listening to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank RICA. Talking about the involvement of youth, I would say that the journey has already started. I remember recently we spent 2 weeks at National with the farmers there in the pivots. We were able to advise them, talking about CA, how can you cover your land, and also reducing disturbing of the soil. So the engagement is in a way that we as students getting the knowledge, how can we extend that knowledge to the farmers? So we are doing that, going to the farmers in the village, teaching them, spreading the good news of CA, as we call ourselves CA ambassadors. And I will request everyone here who got the chance to come and study about CA. We can go and spread that good news in the village, the people in the district. And that is what we are doing as youth. We still have the energy. We can go wherever in the country, down in the village, where no one is willing to go, because we have the energy. And we go, we change the life of the farmers. And that is what we are linked to do, what we are planning to do, if we get the chance. I know there are opportunities for youth, and we believe that with the help from all the stakeholders, we are going to impact the farmers in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Fieta Mkangusi, and I'm also part of this group. Most of the things they have said it, but my concern is about the internet. So as youth is being engaged in agriculture, all they do when they are influencing, it's about conventional, and they are promoting agriculture in that way, and it is good. But if we can also add in the profit of agriculture, but in a conservation way, that will also be a great idea for people to go in agriculture, but do it in a conservation way. Thank you.
This one likes mounting the tractors a lot, so let us hear from her as well.
Okay, thank you. The initial question was, how, as youth, do we want to be engaged? And my answer to that is, if there are people who are mostly engaged in agriculture or in any sector in this country, is youth. So we are already engaged. What I'm saying is a promise to you that as we are engaged and we are being put in too much efforts, we are here to join the movement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And they are actually before us here. These ones are our CA interns. And we have actually exposed them so much regionally. They had session moving around the continent. They traveled to Ghana, spent some time there. Then they also came to understand what is actually happening around them. Because we believe that sometimes when we are moving around and at home, he or who doesn't walk around, move around, think that the mother is the best cook. So we wanted this one also to sample other foods outside, so that they know that it's not only the RICA food that is being offered here that is the best. There might be other better foods outside there. And then they bring it back. And I've been telling them anytime that wherever they move and they have some new ideas, is not to come and tell mom and shout at mom that, mom, your food is not tasty anymore. Is to try and look at the ingredients. How is that food tasty? Why is that food tastier? And how can they help the mom to cook tastier foods? That's why we actually had them. And we believe that through stakeholder engagement, and we actually have got our stakeholder director, Saj, is at the back there. So we can actually link up with Saj because these ones are actually people that personally I don't need to talk. If you come around and you want to see what is happening at RICA, please, I've already told them that I'm passing the baton to them and I'm not going to talk. So they are the people who actually have to talk. And I only stand aside to ensure that they pass the right message to you. That is what we are actually doing at RICA here. So please, we have confidence that this is the part of capacity building, and in building that capacity, please, the stakeholders who are here, we are bringing these people to you. What are you going to do with them? How are they going to be engaged? So please, as we move out from this place, I want us, each of us, to think about how are they going to be engaged, and with those ideas that they have, how can we make it better? So thank you very much, and maybe we can walk about. So I will just give maybe 1 or 2 chances to the audience, please, if you feel that there's a better way in which we can actually have got youths engaged. So please, at the back there.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ayuke, for the nice discussion. My name is Ernest Mjisha, and I am a former student here. I'm now in alumni, so I did conservation agriculture here. So what we are discussing today resonates deeply with me. So seeing those guys standing here, those ones who are in conservation agriculture internship, I remember them coming the first year. I was preaching to them what's conservation agriculture, but I felt so nice looking at how they've really grown to becoming people who are now understanding conservation. Now, I was privileged. I was elected by my fellows as a president of alumni. So, speaking of action, why can we look for the other stakeholders to act before the alumni? In my mandate as the president, as we stand now, I pledge to establish a farm outside, collaborate with these 12, 13 young minds, my little brothers and sisters. I pledge that from maybe 2 weeks or 1 month, we establish that farm, we do it by RICA, for the farmers, so that we set the tone for the implementation.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can have the last one and then we move on, please. We have some 2 points to discuss and then we are done with this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Continue, please.
Engaging youth. Most of the NGOs here try to look on the booklet that you put out. Only pictures of our grandmothers and our fathers. That means your message is not for young people. So whenever you are developing training materials and what, try to attract youth. It's just seducing them to come. So make agriculture so youthy, like you can call it so sexy or so handsome, so that they feel they're attracted. That is why they go in pubs, and because it is so attractive. Otherwise, they are not going to come. That is one. 2, could there be any app that is practically related to agriculture? Because young people are on TikTok, on YouTube, and what? Maybe that app, that thinking, imagine, something that they can make them busy and think that there is information about agriculture. 3, give them jobs, give them chances to work for you. There is this thing that most of us have been working for 10, 15 years, and then we're telling young people to go to look for what to do. Maybe we can leave and then give them chances to work. So that is the kind of ideas. Otherwise, what are they going to do with us? Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I think that's okay. I think maybe you can have the last one. Okay, thank you. You have the microphone.
As he was mentioning, I was going to say what he's saying. about making agriculture beautiful, because young generations, they are not like our old mom, old dad. They love to see good things. So to make it beautiful, to make it digital, to create smaller jobs for them, as to attract, because that's the only way of involving them, because they need to see interest, what they will get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, at least for that. So let's see how we can actually ensure that our youths are also engaged. And we will talk about passing the information, and apart from capacity building, how do we actually ensure that youth actually also know what is happening around us? So that is actually one of the things that we could be thinking of as the stakeholders, that whatever we do, we should ensure that how, even like one of us was talking about engaging them even in school and trying to pass on the message. So I think in the early times we used to have those the 4K clubs where you talk about agriculture and people go to the shows to go and see some of those things. So nowadays probably it might be that children go to the show to see maybe those toys and very fancy things, but before it was actually about seeing the biggest bulls and the nicest animals there and those crops around that one. So those ones were actually some of the things that were very exciting. So when they see some of these things being done around them, they also get interested. I know for quite a very long time, it was very difficult convincing my mother that burning residues on farm was actually very bad. So, so we will be fighting about this. And I tell Mom, please don't burn this residue. They are very, very important for the soil. But when I take a detour, when I come back, she has already burnt them. And then she says she cannot plant the beans there because the residues are just too much. So those were some of the challenges that I believe that we have. But then I also started thinking about this one when I was still youthful, that these residues are actually very important for our soil. So I want us to move to our second last question. And this is actually something that sometimes I'm so much afraid to talk about, the gender. But now, Judy, Dr. Judy, what is gender?
That's a difficult question, Professor. Now I understand why you are called Professor. But the way I understand gender is like inclusion of both male and female in whatever activity that one would be doing. It's engaging both male and female. That's how I understand gender.
You want to add?
The way I'm understanding gender, I think that it's a kind of culture, social norms that we attribute to the men and the women.
Thank you very much. I was afraid, but now that you both of you have said that I'm included in that gender, then now I feel I'm free. So we'll talk about gender now. So please, I want us to really think about in what ways can gender roles contribute to the advancement of CA. So please, this is actually for all of us now that we know that all of us are actually involved here. How do we actually engage each other, and how can gender contribute to the advancement of CA? So anybody who has got some idea, please, you can share with us. Yeah.
Since people are still thinking and afraid of talking about gender, I have a few thoughts. So one, there is gender inequality that we see, especially when it comes to agriculture. We have a very high number of women active, but they don't have enough control and decision making to how they use the land. So it's important to engage both men and women, so that if you train women and they won't have access to land, then that won't materialize. So there is one of the projects where we had to engage, and once a season, train the women we had in the project, bring their spouses or the other male partner they live with, so that they understand the importance of working together, to understand that empowering women has nothing to do with attacking men or reducing their influence or value. Rather, it is for the good of the family and good of the society. Second, we talked of CA relieving some time. If you're using a lot of time to do the tillage, it frees up time. But we don't want the time that has been gotten, especially for women, to be taken by house chores alone. We want the freed time to also be used for other opportunities that bring in more empowerment. They can get more opportunities to start business, can get more opportunities to support their families beyond other roles. So I think CA brings in an advantage where it frees up their time, especially women, when we are working on those disparities. So it brings more value to economic value and also other pieces. But we have to think of those barriers. How do we get out the barriers for us to succeed? Because we have a very big percentage of women, and if the barriers are not taken into consideration, we are not going to see adoption and scale up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Anybody, at least, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe concerning your question, I'm Corodin Wagawa District Agriculture Officer in the Gachenya District. Concerning how gender can assist in CA development, maybe I may say, as we have seen that most of the work on the farm is done by women. And in CA, we can find out that some works can not be done by women. It needs men to be involved. So when it is gender balance, it means they are equal and common understanding and decision making on the farm. So, for example, when it comes to mulching, the woman may not have enough time to plant and go and collect grass, mulch and mulch. He may also ask the man, please, because it is gender balance, I'm going to plant, you go and bring the mulch so that we do come to the common understanding. So when they understand each other, that is gender balance, and it can assist in conservation agriculture development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we want to hear from these ladies as well, I think. Oh, okay. I think maybe I'll just give you this microphone, please.
Thank you so much. I would also like to talk about this in terms of gender. I would like to mention that researchers and studies have shown that in Rwanda, in the agriculture sector, the majority of participants are women. So we need to consider women's needs and men's needs, that's gender equality, at every stage of CA implementation, so that their issues are considered, that if we're going to implement certain intervention, how are men and women going to intervene? How are they going to participate? We need to clearly understand the challenges and the issues that the women are facing at every stage of CA intervention and implementation, so that they are not left behind. Women are facing limited access to information, limited access to productive resources. So at every stage, every hindrance must be addressed so that men and women are fully onboarded in addressing and implementing CA activities. Thank you so much.
Sean, you had something to say? Maybe last one? I think.
Thank you. We have introduced in our work gender and family conflict management. And from that content, we have seen there are something that women do and something that men do. And in that way, to farming activities, there are some activities that men do involve, like less, like weeding. They can't weed like women. So from that, we have seen what is working, like who decide for land use. Maybe men will say we are not doing CA. So who decide what we are going in the farm? So we need to introduce and highlight those social norms belongs to who is deciding who will do this, so that we can remove those barriers of adoption.
Yeah. Thank you so much. In terms of gender, I would say give an equal opportunity to both men and the women for the access to extension services. Sometimes we see trainings, yes, we are capacitating the farmers, but most of the time we see women are less, the number of women is not really impressive when it comes to trainings. And also for the business cases, we see more men in businesses, and we have to make sure that the women also involved in the businesses around CA. If you have some people producing the compost, for example, business on compost or pesticide, we have to make sure that both men and women are supported in terms of input, supporting the CA application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. At least maybe before Dr. Boa speaks, I was afraid about talking about this thing until Dr. Judy and the colleague defined it. In my backyard is actually about the same challenge that we do have, maybe everywhere, about especially the land ownership and who makes the decision about the land. So we actually have got these people that you say that, as you correctly say, that sometimes it's mostly women who are involved in farming activities, and then they grow like this cash crop, tea and coffee. But then you see the man who actually makes the decision about that household, maybe ownership and what is to be done on the farm. And the woman toiling about this. But then now when it comes to reaping the returns, then it's the man who is going for it. When there's a tea bonus, the coffee bonus is the man who is going to receive the pay. So it became a little bit difficult until women opted now to become violent against these guys who actually just go to receive the bonuses on their behalf, but they are not actually sweating for it. So it became something of an issue that had to be addressed, and the government had to come in, you know. When one guy, after taking the bonus, he disappeared for a whole month, and he came back staggering home after taking that local guagua from there. And so the woman became violent and beat this guy. And he was taken to hospital and he was being sewed. In fact, the sewing was also being done very funnily. So at the end of it, the face was looking like that of a football, you know, with all the stitches all over. So the government made a decision that probably the best way is to ensure that there's joint receipt of the money. So it has actually cooled down the thing. So that's why I was actually thinking about that. When we talk about the gender involvement in this, then where do we actually have got the boundary about this thing, and how do we move together? Because at the end of it is about the household income and the household livelihood. That is one of the key things that is important. So maybe I can, let me give Dr. Boa, and then you can.
Thank you very much. All that I want to say is that CA is very much gender friendly. Now, come to think of conventional agriculture where you have to dig, more especially turn it round, bury whatever is there to get that clean field. it's not friendly to women. And even in places where people have to bend, you have to bend and take everything away, get a clean field to plant is also not so friendly. But I tell you, in conservation agriculture, you work around in situ mulch. And so, when you have harvested, you come back, you come to plant. What is it that you do? Look at what they are doing here on the first year farms. The mulch is there from the previous crop residue you plant through. If our understanding of CA is about mulch importation, we are getting it wrong. Yes. Because I keep hearing that. And I got it from him that mulching is difficult. What are we talking about? If it is about bringing in mulch every time to that land, we are in trouble. We are not doing the right thing. And so, if it is about having the crop residue on there and planting through it, I mean, even if you don't bring it down, it will fall by itself. And so, what do we do? And my boss is getting tired. I'll take one question from him. And that is, how do we prepare our fields? Yes. I mean, how do we prepare our CA fields? Do we dig and go bring mulch to cover? If that is what we're doing, then there is a problem.
That question is for which gender?
That question, tell me.
I want to know. Okay. Okay, thanks very much, Dr. Boa. So you can hear the last one, I think, maybe. Okay. You have it already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In early 1990s, when the conversation about gender started broadly across the African continent, we were confused, especially men, because we were hearing gender and danger at the same time. Gender, danger. Gender.
You see? That's what I was talking about. You see? Yeah.
And to this day, there are still men who are confused. Gender, danger. That is because many men understood by gender to mean the shift of responsibilities. The change of responsibilities, or everything becomes beneficial for women and men are excluded. That is not gender. And so in our work as the Mennonite Central Committee, we have taken this into consideration in our master training programs on conservation agriculture, because we see value in equipping women with the skills as well as men with the skills, because it works well to the benefit of both men and women. And so in our master training program, we actually make sure that when we are budgeting for a training workshop, there is a budget line to cater for mothers who have small children and who cannot attend workshops or training because of caring for their children. And so there will be funding to make sure that somebody is looking after the child so that the mother can have an opportunity to go and attend the training. Because we know once we give women an opportunity to attend those training, they will increase their capacity and skills and knowledge, and that will be beneficial to the whole household. And so we also show the man in the house that let your wife go to this, because at the end of the day, you'll be the most happy husband in the household. Because your wife will actually bring back knowledge, skills, which will be beneficial to the whole household. And so we begin through this process to actually help shift that mindset of danger and danger being confused in the household. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I think we want to conclude that one. And the last thing that I'll talk about is about the potential funding. So please, just as we conclude, we can engage each other just before we leave. So what are the potential funding sources for scaling up conservation agriculture and to support PSTA implementation? So maybe we may need just to have a summary about all those things. I know we thank Mennonite, World Food Program, and all the other stakeholders who have actually facilitated our coming here to talk about CA, and the RICA leadership. Without their acceptance, I believe we might have not been here, but the good coordination, the seamless coordination has made us to be here. So who are our funders? In trying to do this, who are going to support us? So let me hear from you in brief, and then I sit down. Mennonite, are you going to give us something?
You know, my elder is here, so I can't say. As an African, I will do this. Hey, young men, come back. Mulanda, come back. As an old man who learned about engaging youths, I will give the youth. Right. We at the Mennonite Central Committee are here to listen and to work together on whatever will come out of this symposium. I thank you.
Thank you very much. So, who are our potential funders, please? We want to advance CA. We want to scale up CA. And we want to support PSTA. Please, who are, can you help us identify the potential funders? Then tomorrow I will carry my own bucket, in fact, and get there. Please, don't be afraid. Please, if you are going to fund me, please, don't be afraid to tell me, come. Dr. Boy, you are one of them, I believe. When it comes to money, you get afraid, eh? Oh. Okay. In-kind funding.
In-kind funding, knowledge is money, so I'll share knowledge for free.
Who else, please? I am concluding. Who else? Please. Okay.
Thank you. The Canadian Food Grains Bank Network, including MCC and the other partners here, we have trained 15 CA master trainers. Among them, I think there is a good number here. Please. Okay, so we are also planning to conduct another cohort of CA master training this or next year, so that's another contribution. So these guys are expanding in knowledge across the country. So far they have trained about 70,000
That is in kind, eh?
farmers.
That
yes.
is in kind. That is in kind, isn't it? I want you to give me direct one, eh? The injection, in fact, the direct injection.
That's tricky. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
so,
asante-san.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. At least let's think about the potential funders, please. I know the government is really interested in this, and everybody here is a key stakeholder. Please, and I cannot do this thing alone. Nobody can do this thing alone. Everybody, we need to engage each other more meaningfully in supporting each other. So, with that, I beg to thank you very much. If you are not going to clap for me, I will clap for myself. And thank you very much. Very nice.
Another hand clap for Dr. UK. We're coming to the end. We're coming to the end. Just a few more speeches. Now, all the learnings from today, not sure about the funding learning though, are going to be summarized by our next speaker, and of course, it's a doctor. Dr. Nijena Valence from RICA. A hand clap for him.
Thank you very much. I hope today has been a very fruitful discussion to everyone, right? Okay, so if no further ado, as time is running out, we have some key points of the discussion of what we have covered today and some key action items from now on, what is next. Among those key points we discussed today from the morning, okay, so from the guest of honors who spoke this morning, we have seen that we need a collaboration effort to achieve SPT5 goals by acknowledging that adoption of CA is the way to create a resilient and sustainable future of agriculture. So the CA is going to be the key for us to achieve SPTA5. And moving forward, we have seen that food insecurity in Rwanda and across the region, there are two major factors, that's soil erosion and drought. And CA comes to address those challenges. And farmers need to know the right, or to practice the right principles, to have the right knowledge on CA principles and practices, focusing on three major key, core principles CA, which are minimum soil disturbance, maintaining soil cover, and crop diversification or crop rotation. And in addition to that, we have seen that our farmers or CA practitioners, in addition to the core CA principles, farmers should consider, or CA practitioners consider application of nutrient, efficient use of water in irrigation, integrating crop and livestock systems, and managing environmental impact of crop and livestock biodiversity. We have also to ensure that our farmers are acquainted with enablers of CA. And those are, among those are controlling soil erosion, using high yield varieties, and among others. And with the current practices that we have seen, that farmers, they need to know planting density to determine the quantity and the quality of the seeds they are using. We have a common understanding, or we have certain practices which are out there on how many seeds per hole, but we have seen that if the farmers are using good seeds, certified seeds, the best practice will be to use one seed per hole as we move forward. And when it comes to how to share common understanding of CA, we have seen that many stakeholders are implementing CA principles and good agricultural practices, but maybe there are different nomenclature. So there is a need to harmonize and alignment of CA so that the farmers receive the same message. So what can be action item from us today? From the discussion, we have seen that we have to have a common and a proper terminology of CA. Not only for terminology of CA, but also from the last discussion. Not only terminology, but also on CA adoption, we have to consider diversity, gender, and cultural practices. And we need also to organize visit training for all CA practitioners and stakeholders, and to think about scaling up a message to farmers. And some major aspect to focus on as we move forward is we have to increase awareness and expanding CA in the area through already existing demonstration and the model farms, what BTR and the lab and the other organizations, WFP, and look at what we are doing, we have to build from existing program. And also the government, academic institutions, and the other partners need to strengthen research on CA to ensure that the dissemination of information is research-based. And the CI stakeholders and partners need to make sure that the CI principles and practices are included in all academic institutions across the national education structures. And from the last points we were discussing about coordination and the partnership, this discussion has came along that we are speaking the same language and we have the same common goals, but we need to establish a permanent CI coordination platform for research, government institutions, international organizations, and the farmers to advance CI adoption coordination mechanism to avoid duplication and overlap of our programs or our initiatives. And there's a point that has been raised that we have also to consider reaching out to Rwanda Standard Board to include the CA in their policy standards as well. So in closing, we will provide more detailed of key summaries we have taken today, and we will also be sharing some of the materials that have been shared. But I will end with the first quotation that has been provided by the first speaker, that we have to emphasize on partnership. I think everybody remember what that has been talking this morning, spoken. If you want to go fast, do what? Go alone. If you want to go far, go together, right? Okay, so thank you very much. That's the key summary for our discussion today. And I would like to thank, I was not around away for Amon. He's in the back. Also, he has done great work taking some keynotes. And RICA and Greta from MCC as well with the team. We will share a detailed report of the key points discussed today. And we thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another hand clap for the team that includes Rikia, Amon, and Greta for putting this together. Another hand clap for Dr. Valens for being the only speaker that has kept time. Guys, no, he deserves more of a hand clap. Another hand clap for Dr. Valens for being the only speaker that has kept time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to go into our closing speakers for today. The first of two will start with the representative from MCC Canada, Laura Vandergrit.
On behalf of Mennonite Central Committee, I've been given the honor of providing some very brief closing remarks for this wonderful symposium. My name's Laura Vandergrit, for those that I haven't met, and I'm based in Canada. And it's been my pleasure to be here today, meet many of you, and to learn more about your collective efforts to practice conservation agriculture. As noted earlier by my colleague, MCC works in 45 countries worldwide. We implement programs with local partners in humanitarian relief, development, and peace building. And for many years, CA programming has been implemented by MCC and our partners in diverse contexts, including Kenya, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, and of course here in Rwanda. And one of the themes that I've heard today is that it is only through collaboration between research institutions, local and international organizations, and the private sector that we will see the greatest results. Many of today's presenters and panelists noted that coordination and harmonization of our efforts will be the key to seeing gains in food security, sustainable livelihoods, and climate resilience through conservation agriculture. Likewise, today's event was also a joint and coordinated effort between organizations. So from MCC, I would like to thank the co-sponsors, and specifically those on the organizing committee, Dr. Jean-Claude from RICA, Ms. Saji from RICA, Dr. Karangwa from Minagri, Sarah Piccini from WFP, and of course the larger MCC team, WFP team, and of course RICA for your hospitality, and hosting and coordination. And thank you to all of the representatives from the districts, farmers, and experts who are present. And I'd also like to acknowledge the Regenerative and Conservation Agriculture Coalition representatives for your participation. I'd like to thank all of you, the attendees today, and we hope to see you and many others of what we hope will be a second National Conservation Agriculture Symposium in the not too distant future. Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. Another hand clap for Laura. Okay, now we are actually wrapping up. So allow me to introduce our final guest. Our final guest to give us the closing remarks. He's the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, another doctor, Dr. Yerokun Olusegun.
Our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Olivier Kamana, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, in absentia. May I say all protocols observed, distinguished guests, partners, participants of this symposium. Mwiriwe. I'm delighted to also stand before you this evening as we are about to conclude this landmark event, the first National Conservation Agriculture Symposium. From the discussions that we've had today, we have explored the benefits, the critical issues surrounding conservation agriculture, and its potential role in transforming Rwanda's agricultural production, if not the whole of the agricultural sector. One key reality that was emphasized from our conversation today is that as the global population continues to rise, so do the challenges of food insecurity and environmental degradation. And this is very true even for Rwanda. The demand for food is increasing, and our natural resources are under immense pressure. If we are to feed the present and future generations while preserving our soils, water, and ecosystems, then conservation agriculture is the best path forward. It is not just a practice, it is a necessity for sustainable and climate resilient food production. At this moment, I want to extend deepest gratitude to the key partners who made this symposium possible. Special thanks go to the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources for their leadership and guidance, the Mennonite Central Committee for mooting the idea and driving it forward, creating this partnership, the World Food Programme for also coming on board to join this coalition. Your unwavering support, resources, and dedication in organizing this important gathering is much appreciated. Your commitment to conservation agriculture is certainly paving the way for a stronger, more sustainable agriculture sector in Rwanda. I also wish to recognize our farmers. You have demonstrated your commitment to practicing conservation agriculture, and you serve as champions in the communities. It goes without saying that your contribution is paving the way for greater adoption of conservation agriculture in our country. As we move forward, it is crucial that all stakeholders continue to come together to harmonize CA content and ensure that our farmers regularly receive a unified and consistent messaging. Aligning our efforts will not only enhance the impact of conservation agriculture initiatives, but also empower farmers with clear, actionable knowledge to improve their productivity and resilience. The good news is that we have strong political backing for these efforts, and this gives us the momentum that is needed to drive real change. And so I take this opportunity to appreciate the government of Rwanda for its highest level of political commitment to conservation agriculture. And this is demonstrated through accepting conservation agriculture in PSGA 5. The policies and initiatives championed by the government will be instrumental in ensuring that CA principles are widely adopted across the country. As we conclude this symposium, let it be a turning point for all of us. The knowledge shared here must be translated into actions. We must work together, researchers, policymakers, farmers, development partners, and the government, to expand the reach of CA and ensure that it benefits not only this gathering, not only this generation, but also those to come. And I believe that we're going to have a report forwarded to the ministry from this symposium today, again, to drive toward another one, hopefully. Once again, I would like to thank our guest of honor and all our partners for your presence and valuable insights. And I sincerely appreciate every one of you who is here and all who have contributed to this important dialogue. May we continue to work together to build a resilient and food-secure Rwanda. I wish you all safe travels back to your various posts and success in your endeavors. And if you permit me, on behalf of our guest of honor, may I now declare this first National Conservation Agriculture Symposium closed. Umunsi mwiza.
Another hand clap for Dr. Yerokun Olusegun. Just a final announcement, actually two of them. The first one being the bags, the symposium bags that we've been gifted. Some people have already placed items in them. So please, please, before you carry a bag, double check to make sure that it is your bag. Please, please, please. Right. The second bit is there are people who will be getting, who had registered to ask for accommodation. If you ask for accommodation or need help with accommodation, please reach out to anyone in a RICA t-shirt, part of the protocol team. They'll be more than grateful to help you. So please reach out to them. Oh, and Greta, just at the back there, 90 degrees from me. Before we leave, guys, let's put our hands together for our partners that have made this possible. An individual hand clap for the Ministry of Agriculture for being the line ministry. The Mennonite Central Committee. The World Food Program. And our hosts, RICA, for ensuring the first National Conservation Agriculture Symposium. This is going to be the beginning of many. And a hand clap for yourselves for being an amazing audience. Have a great evening and a blessed weekend. Enjoy the cocktail.
I think our MC has been amazing. We are going to recognize him by giving him an MCC shirt. Thank you so much, brother. You've been amazing. Yes. If it's not a large, you can come back. I'll give you a large. I think. Okay. Hi.